Good morning and welcome back to my channel. How is everyone this morning? I woke up, I had a few dishes. I never have dishes, but had a few dishes and I was like, whoop, gotta get those done right now. And now I come in here and I got 3 glasses. That's nice. Always happens. Always happens. Never a dull moment in my life. But doesn't it feel good when you wake up and usually you already have your housework done and all that stuff, so you can just sit back, relax, chit chat, and just enjoy your morning. Normally I have no dishes, but last night I cooked and I was just like, I'm not doing the dishes. So first thing in the morning, that's what I did, was do my dishes and clean my kitchen up. That way everything looks great. Because when your house is clean, I feel like when my house is clean, I feel better. I feel a lot better when my house is clean. So I've been looking in the mirror and I've noticed, hey, beautiful, I noticed I have one prominent wrinkle on my forehead. But I was looking at everybody else and I was like, well, all people have wrinkles on their forehead. Some have a lot more than others, and I have like the smile line right there and then one prominent wrinkle. And I was thinking to myself, have I always sat there like this and went, I'm like, has that always been my expression? Really? I'm just wondering if that's why I got that prominent wrinkle right there. Really? Because, Betty uses a million filters compared to what these people say. They even broke down my pictures. I'm like, listen, there's a thing on your phone called smoothing. All it does is smooth you. But also, I've been doing a lot of tricks, okay? So, that dragon's blood that you put on your face and it makes it all white and it takes away all the bad and everything, which it's working great on my neck. If you notice, this used to be real prominent white, but notice it's just a little bit white now and it's starting to all match in, which I think I got this because I was starting to have a double chin and I'd sit like this so much that the sun couldn't get it. That's what I think happened there. But you know how they have those ads and you're like, oh God, okay, I'll buy the damn thing. It's $30 some. I'll buy it. I bought it, and at first, when I first put it on, it makes your face white, like straight up white. Your face just becomes white, and you're like, hold up, I don't want to be a ghost, But then after you start wearing it, you're like, oh, wait, it covers everything. Oh, wait, it covers everything. You start looking, you're like, even the pores are gone. Holy crap, like... Yes. And okay, so you see these wrinkles. These wrinkles right here used to be my very prominent one. Look at them. Look at them now. They're almost not there. If you go back and look at my videos, these used to be my prominent ones right here. They are gone because I've been using this. So this morning we're going to use this. Now, when I use this, I put this on that one right there, the green one, because the green one is the one that tightens your skin. I kid you not. It's my vibrator. I got this stuff that works really good called Tula. What is Tula? Yeah, Queen Becca, I'm telling you, when you get my age, you're going to need one. Everything starts hitting. Gravity starts hitting. Yeah, this one wasn't very expensive. I think I gave like $15 or $18 or something like that for it, and then you got shipping. But I got it off of TikTok. No, you can't post pictures here, but you can in our thingamajigger. You can post me some pictures. But I love this thing, and I think that's why my wrinkles between my eyes are gone, because I've been using this thing, going like this every morning. And I use it so much that it shuts off on me. And I mostly just use it on my forehead, like right up above my eyes, right there where the little wrinkle is in my eye. But as we get older, this is the thing though, as we get older, I don't mind getting older. I love getting older, but I don't want to. I'm not gonna go out with out trying to at least keep myself up. You know what I mean? It's a great product. What is it? Tula? Wait, I think I've heard of Tula. What does it do? Because girl, I buy every damn product. I'm one of the guinea pigs, and I do product reviews. So yeah, I'm definitely a guinea pig. Now I do tell when sometimes when they contact me and they're like, "Do you want to take this vitamin for this or this for this?" I'm like, "No, no, 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 no. I'm not putting nothing in my body." Amazon, you're gonna steal it. What does it do? What does it do? I mean, like Tula. I think I've heard of it. What does it do? Hang on just a second. But I am liking that dragon's. Okay, so dragon's blood or whatever they call it, dragon's blood or whatever. I'm really liking it because it also takes away any kind of scarring, and it's really good for any kind of infection or anything like that. And the other night I scratched myself right here, and you can't even see it now, but it almost made like a hickey because I had glue on my skin from that wig, and it made a hickey, and I was like, oh my gosh. And then I've been using it, and it's like gone now. What is Tula? What does it do? What does Tula do? Oh wait, you're supposed to go like this on your neck. We're doing beauty stuff. We're doing normal women stuff. You put it on your body. Well, what is it? I may have to look it up. Do you want to come up and chat with me this morning? Tell me what you're talking about. But when you put this thing on the red, it starts poking you. Like it feels like pokers or stickers or something. And I think it's got electricity because I think that's what they call this is electricity. Like impulse electricity. Oh, you're gonna steal it from your mom? Yeah, isn't it nice? Did you put it on the see, they shut me off. Did you put it on the red one? This one scares me. Did you put it on the red one? Yes, it cleanses your skin, it tightens your skin, and this one is mean. This one is the mean one. I'm scared of this one. This one hurts. Especially when you use it for a while. But look at the ones between here. These used to be real prominent because I hit that door when Serafina was young, and it made a prominent mark right there. But look, they're gone. All right, I'm scared. I'm scared. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes it don't. Okay, it's not hurting yet. Ah, yes, it's hurting. It don't really hurt. It's just like, how do I explain it? It's like a sticky or like a stick filling. But if you use it every single day, your skin, you've got to be careful because your skin starts getting scared. Okay, you make another cup of coffee and then you come see me. But yeah, I'm not going down without a fight. I'm gonna try to stay as pretty as I can. Yes, blue, green, and red. Yes. And the red one is, I forget what it said it does, but I know it puts electricity in your skin. I think it opens up your pores, opens up all your stuff or whatever. Oh, see, it's sticky. It sticks. It sticks you. Oh, I don't like this one. I got to do it really fast because it sticks. Yeah, it pokes and burns. Like, I think it's electricity. I'm not kidding. I think it's electricity. And don't put it near your eyes because I one time woke up almost had pink eye from this thing. But this thing is cool though. It's in my store on TikTok. Do you ever follow me on TikTok? I have a store on TikTok now. And if you buy anything off my store, it's other people's stuff. But if you buy anything off my if you buy no pain, no gain. If you buy anything off my store, then I get a little bit of coins. I get a little bit of coins. So it's pretty cool. But you have to you have to have so many followers and stuff like that in order for them to I guess monetize you. Same thing is here for them to monetize you and all that. Okay, sounds great. I'm scared of this thing. I'm supposed to use this thing for like 2 minutes, but I'm really scared of it because these pokers hurt. So good morning, everyone. I hope everyone has had a pleasant evening. It's time to re-dye my hair. So this weekend, I'm going to be re-dyeing my hair. Saturday, Steven said we're going to go somewhere. I don't know where we're going. I said, well, I need to know what to wear because I don't know what to wear. And he goes, I'll let you know what to wear whenever I decide what we're going to do. But we're going to do something. I'm like, okay, but now I don't know what. Now this one is like the cleaning one, the blue one. The green one's the firming one. So we did the sticky one. Oh, we got to go up. Lift up. Oh. But actually, Becca, this is fun though. If you use your mom's, you know this is fun. And it really does make a difference whether people know it or not. It's made a big difference. My eyebrows are starting to stand up where they're supposed to. My eyes are not drooping as much. But I'm not going down without a fight. See, I'm trying to stick that wrinkle way up in my hairline. We're going to stick it way up there. We're giving myself a facelift. To hell with this. But actually, I'm not, I'm not bitching too much because, I see people that's way younger than me and they got wrinkles all across their forehead. So for me having just one, I'm not bitching. One and a little bit of things over here and over there, I'm not bitching. And this thing has really helped with the marks that go like this, around your mouth too. If you notice, my face is looking a lot different. I've been working this, baby. I've been getting my whole $20 worth, man. I do like that my face is oval though. I like that I have an oval face. I got to keep it oval though. No double chins and stuff, meaning I got to keep my weight down. Hey, but I did well. I lost 20 pounds just from changing my diet. The Egyptian cook, if you don't know who he is, he's amazing. And just from changing my diet, I got to lose all that weight. So I'm going to drop the link so your ass can get up here and chit chat with me. And then I'm going to delete the link because we don't want any freaking trolls up here. I don't like trolls. So I'm going to I'm dropping the link right now. Once you get in here, that you can shut your camera off. You don't have to have it on. But once you get in here, I'm going to delete the link because nobody needs to be up in my ass when I don't want it. Like legitimately in my ass. We're going to chat about some things that's been going on. Okay, let's see here. Damn. All right. When you get back here on stage, then I'll delete it. Because I don't want nobody coming up here but you. Just hit that StreamYard link and it should bring you up to me. And tell me if I have an echo or not. I wanted to get a little bit of an echo because it was just so flat. It sounded so flat. I don't like it sounding so flat. So now my face feels beautiful. It's pretty. I love it. But women, listen, all you beauties out there, don't go down without a fight. I don't care what age you are. Start using this. This is like called an impulse thing. Start using this. And I think I didn't use it for like a week or two. And I think I've been using this for like a month or 2 months now, maybe 2 months. I've noticed a huge difference in my face. Huge, gigantic difference. So yeah, it's really important. People always say, they're depressed and stuff, but that's why I buy little things and stuff like that to make me not depressed, to help improve, my depression by buying little gadgets and stuff like that that makes me feel better and, fixes me. And I don't got to go have all that Botox and shit, which I would never do. It's not working. Okay, all you got to do is click on it, baby. Click on it. Click on it, or copy it and then go to your Safari and put it in there, because sometimes it don't work through the Google thing. So if you copy it, copy the link, and then you go to your Safari on your phone, go to Safari, and then put the link in, it should take you right there. Because sometimes Google's, it's weird. Good morning to whoever's in the bushes. Good morning. Yeah, it should let you open it, and then you put whether you want access to your mic, yes, and then you can put no on the camera, that you don't have to have the camera. That way you don't have to show your face. I've already seen your beautiful face. You don't have to show it. But are you trying on the Safari one, babe? And if everybody noticed, most people know that I absolutely hate overalls because of what my grandpa did to me. But I bought these overalls about 6 months ago, and I couldn't button them at the side because they were too tight. And now they button at the side, and I'm like, I'm wearing my overalls. I'm going to wear them with pride and dignity, and not even think about, my grandpa or anything. I'm wearing them with pride and dignity. And so I'm wearing my overalls today. They're shorts, but I think I got them at either Temu or Shein. I can't remember. Probably Temu, because I've been buying more from Temu, but I don't know. I may have got them from Shein. They have about the same thing, about the same prices too. It's just, I'll tell you the difference between Shein and Temu is Shein will get here faster than Temu will, because they now have places in the US that ships it out. Temu is still not quite the US, really. So it's like 2 weeks. But I'm an influencer for both. Can you not get it open yet? Say, open up, Sesame. Okay, yes, it will redirect you to StreamYards. That's what you want. You want it to redirect you to StreamYards. Yeah, it's supposed to redirect you to StreamYards. And then you put a name in. You put your name in, so you have a name underneath you. That's what it's supposed to do, is redirect you to my StreamYard. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's supposed to redirect you to StreamYards. Then it puts allow the mic, allow the camera, but then shut the camera off whenever you get backstage. You can press the camera button and shut it off, and then you don't have to be on camera. But you got to allow your mic so your mic works. Okay, do you have it in Safari? Are you trying in Safari, or are you trying in Google? because sometimes it will do that. You may have to even like open up your Google and put in Bing or Yahoo or something like that in order to paste it. Oh yes, definitely get your charger. We're gonna be here for a minute. But for some reason I'm having horrible time with my what do you call it? I'm shutting off my Discord. Oh, so I want to tell you guys another thing. So I've been drinking everyday dose, I think it is, that mushroom coffee I was telling you about. And I ran out a week ago. And oh my goodness, can I tell the difference? Oh my goodness. Like when it says laser focus, when it says you can focus and you know, you don't have the crash and all that, just like with the energy drink, it's the same way with the coffee. And now I'm craving the coffee. I'm missing the coffee. So I've been talking to him this morning because I stopped my subscription and I was like, well, I don't want to go back to the beginning because this month I was supposed to get my canister to hold it in. But if you ever try it, oh my gosh, it's amazing. I don't think they have influencers for it. But I asked them if they did, and if they do, I'll start selling it. But I have the Rise in my store on a TikTok. All right, hopefully you can get in now since you're gonna get your charger. Good morning, Bushes. Good morning. Oh, I got another email. Hold up. I gotta check this email. Oh, that's Micro Perfumes. They want me to come back and buy something. I don't want to buy nothing. Because I actually buy my perfume through Alt Fragrance now. Actually, my first bottle was free because I'm an influencer. And then now when I buy it, I don't know though how much I get off yet or anything. I haven't went into the thing to even see. Okay, put it either on Google or go to Google and put in Bing, which is another, thing, or copy and paste it and put it on Safari, because it's something like that. It's like your Outlook, there's different things. Like on mine, I have like Safari. So I can hit Safari and down at the bottom is my search bar. I click paste and then it would bring me to it. But up at the top, it's got Apple, Bing, Google, Yahoo, right at the top, like this. So you can press one of those. Not supported. Yeah. So if you hit maybe Bing or Yahoo or something like that, it might support it. Or let me see. Let me drop the link again. Try it again. Try to click it again. You're on the phone with an email, right? Have you ever been on StreamYard before? Because even if you haven't been on it, it should let you. Even people that get blocked, they're able to go to different browsers and get in. So I heard that Diddy's allegedly a person who was getting him all of his drugs. I heard well, if it doesn't work, it's okay, baby. It's okay. If you've tried everything and it doesn't work, then it's just not meant to be. Or maybe if you have an iPod, it would probably work. Or even if you had a different phone that was just hooked to the internet, it would work. But if you've tried everything, it sucks because I would like to talk to you, but I guess you just have to sit there and type now. That sucks. So back to the thing about Diddy, though. So they put federal charges. Only one though. There was supposed to be two, and they put one federal charge against him, which means he might have turned state evidence, but I don't know because since Diddy's so high up there and everything, um, he might not flip evidence. He might not. I don't know. Like he may be like Shine and take the 10 years, but it's a federal drug charge because not only that, but whenever his stuff got raided, so did his planes, and they found cocoa and they found marijuana with cocoa mixed. Um, right, forever. I mean, when I brought it out like 7 years ago, and I said that he was the head of the African Americans, people were like, "No, he's not. He don't do stuff like that." I'm like, "Yeah, he does, and yeah, he's the head of it." Like the head of it. You know what I'm saying? Like he was like the one that you go to in that particular hip hop uh, culture type thing. You had to go through him in order to even be anything. Matter of fact, that one girl that we did the near death experience about, she was with bad boys. And remember, she said that she was asked to sell her soul and they said they would make her famous overnight. And then she ran and got out of there and got with God. And now she's with the preacher. Oh, yeah. Because his mama, which I never told you guys this, his mama used to be a madam. Okay. And his daddy used to be a drug dealer with the big drug deal people. Then his daddy turned to what do you call it? His daddy turned to the FBI and became an informant, but he still got shot in the head when Puffy was a baby. Well, the mama was a madam, and when the mama got older, or when Puffy got older, she was like, "You need to go and service those white rich men." Type of thing. And the only reason that she wasn't allegedly, and the only reason that she wasn't a madam anymore is because somebody got red rummed. Yeah. And if you ever notice, like, you know how they say in the documents that he liked white fingernail polish, Casey did, and stuff like that. Look at his mom's nails. Look at some of the past videos and look at his mom's nails. He's also really mean to his mom, smacks the crap out of her in front of people. They kiss in front of each other. They do like allegedly FOs in front of each other. So just kind of think about it. That is where she was the one that pretty much told him, if you want to be anything, go sell yourself. First person he did that with was Clive Davis. Yeah. Oh yeah, he should have a long time ago. And then like last year when there was the shooting in his studio and that guy got killed, that's murder. And according to Little Rod, it was him and Justin that was there, you know. Mhm. And look what he's done to his kids now. Look what he's done to his sons. His sons are both in trouble and his sons are both looking at prison. They're going to go right along with him. What a great role model, right? But see, I don't think anybody else will. I don't think unless they start looking into like the girls he was with and stuff like that, you know, paying them and the freak offs or whatever, they may go down for like RICO or, you know, drug, you know, trafficking or X trafficking, you know, something like that. But I don't know. I don't know. What is it? Miami? Miami's his main one right now. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be any part of it. But I'd said it for a long time. People were like, "No, Betty, there's no way." Yeah, there is. They're all like that. And that's the sick thing is they're all like that, but yet they can only get one at a time or only get a few at a time. And my stuff ain't even working right now. Can you even see me? Because it's saying it's not responding. My favorite copy is that new everyday dose that I was telling you about. It's like an instant copy. Can you see me? This thing is acting weird. Let me go out and let me come back in. Hang on. It's acting weird. Okay, is that better? Hopefully that's better. Everybody's saying they're having problems with YouTube here lately. And I mean, even just to share something, it's like horrible. I wish you could come up here with me. But everyday dose, which is what I was telling you about, everyday dose, let me show you. It's like $26 to get started, and you get this really cool Bentley's, like I call it a whatever you call it. What do you call them things? Dang it, I forget what they're called. But they like stir your coffee and stuff. So right here is the one I was taking whenever it ever gets on here. And to start out, it's like $27. And then after that is $36 a month. But I'm telling you, girl, like, you'll get addicted. So the guy that made this actually had ADHD. He couldn't sit still, blah, blah, blah. See, my next one, which is month 2, I get to have this thing right here. But I have to start back up again on my $36. And I'll do that in a little while. But do you see how it's everyday dose? Let me see if I can sign in here and show you. Should just sign me right in. I can't see the screen right now. Hang on, let me put it where I can see the screen. Hang on. So I can see you talking. Yes, a frother. Yes, a frother. Okay, so at first you may not feel like this is like at first you may think it's kind of weak because it's like instant coffee. But I was putting it in with my coffee, or I was making it by itself, and it's not weak. But at first you may think it's kind of weak, and it tastes like instant coffee. Like you can't taste the mushrooms and stuff like that. Okay, so let's go to shop here. So the starter kit, hello. Okay, the starter kit over here. Now, this is the first one I tried. I didn't try the rise, but the starter kits right here, you start out for $27. And then you get that, they call it the Bentley frother. That is a really good frother. And then I got the sticker, and then I got the package of it. The stuff is good. Then I got the little scooper. Now, next month, or this month, I'm supposed to be getting, what do you call it? This thing. Let's go to shop again. I asked them if they do influencing or anything like that, because if they do, then I would like to, sell this. You would love this. It's about 90 cents per cup. So yeah, that's about what it is. The same with the Dubby that the energy drink that I also sell. That stuff is phenomenal for during the daytime. It gives you energies, no crashes, no nothing. Why am I not? I don't know. So there's the tumbler that you get like on the fourth month, I think it is. And then there's my Bentley. They called it the Bentley Fancy Frother. That thing is powerful and works great. Would be happy because I love Starbucks, right? And then this will be getting the mushroom glass. The cool thing is that you get different little things, when you start out. Each month they give you different things. But I can't see where it's at that I'm going to, let's see. I'm trying to see where it's at. But I'm really missing this coffee ever since I've been out now. And you know how you got addicted to Starbucks, right? That's how I'm feeling. See, I can't even get it to do anything except go to these things. It's not showing. So what it's supposed to do is give me a container this year. I don't know. Who else is in the bushes? Come on in and say hi. You ain't got to be scared. There's nothing to be scared about. Ain't nobody gonna go real life on you. Lord have mercy. All these people threatening, I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call CPS on you. I'm going to have you arrested. I'm going to do this. Please. It's the internet. Well, the thing is, if it wants me to buy it, I should be able to sign in and go back to where I buy it, which is my account. But it's not showing me my account. Right? I'm going to have to call them. It might come back on in a minute. I don't know. See, every time I go to sign in, it signs in for me. I push sign in, it signs in for me. It's being crazy. Plus, my internet's being crazy. Hang on, let me shut my other one off here. Because this one, maybe it's, if that makes a difference now. Yeah, call the cops. I know. It's like, why do people want to call the cops on people or call their jobs or call CPS or just interrupt somebody's life over a damn internet? I don't get that. That's so stupid. It's ignorant. If you don't like somebody, just stay away from them. Go on about your life. See, it won't even let me sign back in. Every time I hit sign in, it just does the same thing. I'm going to go back here and go to a different, hang on. I'm going to go back here and go to a different one. Is my internet so slow? My internet is just atrocious this morning. I'm going to go to my email because I need to buy it as soon as possible. I'm waiting for them to come back and talk to me because it said, Betty, yes, you get this. It says, Betty, thank you for confirming. We are glad to read you are willing. Betty, get your glasses on. We are glad to read that you are awaiting your storage vessel as that is the upcoming gift in your next order for reference. Okay, so the reason I really wanted the storage vessel is because it comes in a bag. And when it's in a bag, it's not easy. You know what I mean? To get in and out. So I wanted it in a storage vessel. And so that's what I want is my storage vessel. Let's see, on the 4th is when it was delivered, April the 4th. So I've only not been taking it for a week and I'm about to have a heart attack. So they seen that I kept going onto the website looking to see how to get back on. And they wrote me and said, we see that you're trying to reach out to us. I'm like, oh no, they see it. And then I did ask them if they have, if they, do collabs with partnership, sponsorship, or influencing. But I'm getting addicted to it. I'm legitimately getting addicted to it. So the second month you get that glass container thing and it's black. And so you get to keep all your stuff in it. The third month you get that Yeti inspired thing that, which I already have one right here, but it's okay. You can't have too many of them. And then the fourth month, you get 5 pack travel sachets. So you get an extra 5 doses of it pretty much. And then the fifth month, you get that mushroom glass cup. I guess that means you're really part of the family. The cool thing is that while you're doing it, while you're drinking it, it's not gonna let me do anything right now because it hates me. But while you're drinking it and stuff like that, they will write you every day and say, day 1, how are you feeling today? Day 2, what are you feeling? And at first I thought, it's not working, it's not doing nothing, I don't like it, until I ran out. Yes, download the app. Until I ran out. And once I ran out, I was like, and then I found out, I watched the guy who owns it talk about how he had ADHD and he would drink coffee, but he would crash and this, that, and the third, and he trying to find something. So he started putting, mushrooms with it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no wonder I love this coffee. No wonder I can stay focused. No wonder I can stay on task. Yeah, it does good if you download the app. I forgot about that part. I forgot you could do that. So I'm going to be dyeing my hair this weekend. As you can see, the gray is already coming back. So I'm going to dye it this weekend. Probably dark brown. Okay. Take one of your apps off. Take one of your apps off that is like just one of your apps that you have on your phone. One that you don't use very often that you can put right back on after you get done with StreamYard. Because you can I can't even talk this morning, but you can uninstall it after you get done being up here. Just uninstall one of them that you don't use. I want you to come up and talk to me. So I think by May the 6th or the 10th, they're going to arrest Diddy. I don't think there's any way to wiggle out of this. I think he's going to go down for this, just like Bill Cosby did, and R. Kelly and the rest of them. Because when they're done with you, they're done with you, and they make that phone call and say, "Hello, yeah, okay, give them everything, take them down." Because see, he tried to. What his main problem was he tried to turn around and sue Ciroc, which Ciroc is what made him all his money, and that's what he was trafficking his rugs through, allegedly. And so you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Those are very important, prominent people that own the liquor company that said, "Oh, you want to sue me? Oh, you want to sue us? Okay. Well, we're just going to make it where you don't have anything ever again." And that's pretty much how it goes down. That's why, I mean, that they did the same thing to R. Kelly. They did the same thing to Bill Cosby. They did the same thing to Harvey Weinstein, because that shit has been going on for so many years that they could have been, it was an open secret. Everybody knew about it. Everybody knew about it. It's just when you bite the hand that feeds you, that's when you have the problem that you have. Which I wanted to react to something. Hang on. I wanted to react to something today. Since you can't come up and talk to me, because it's being a you know what. Let's see if I can see anything here. I'm looking through. Looking through. Oh, he didn't comply with one of their rules, so now they are done with him and he will be taken down. Yes, 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 yes. And their rules were, well, he thought that he was bigger than them. He thought he could go against them. Like I said, the hand that feeds you, he thought he could go against them. And that you can't go against them. You can't go against them. Uh, let's see. I'm trying to find the thingy I wanted to go. Yeah, it's all BS. And he should have been taken down a long time ago, but he was very much protected and he was FBI allegedly. He was FBI allegedly. 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 Um Oh wow, it's saying that Kim Kardashian is banned from Instagram. She lost 500,000 followers after she dissed Taylor Swift. The Wicked Witch of the South and the Wicked Witch of the West. um I'm trying to find it. Okay, I think it's this right here. She was a flight attendant and a stripper with a heroin addiction, and Jesus delivered her. I think that's the one that I wanted to, yeah, that I wanted to react to. So hang on one second. Let me see if I can get her on the screen here. Maybe next time I'll be able to have you up here. We'll get it to where you can come up here and visit with me. Okay, it is so slow. Look at this. It is so slow. Let me know when you can actually see it.
I didn't have a concept of like healthy love. So when I went to college, I kind of just went crazy. I was partying every single night for the whole first semester. And I was 19 at that point, and I became a stripper.
I
would go to school on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then I would drive to the strip club on the weekends in different cities on the East Coast. This is when I started to experiment with girls and kind of step into that bisexual lifestyle. My conscience was getting more and more seared at this point. In that environment, the spirit of Jezebel really thrives because you're getting attention and you have all these guys lusting after you, especially if you have rejection and you don't know your identity. That affirmation, that demonic affirmation can really like build you up with this false confidence. So I quit and I was trying to figure out my next step of what I was going to do if I wasn't going to go to college, and I decided to become a flight attendant. I believe that's when the spirit of addiction that was on my bloodline came in. They prescribed me these pills and I was taking them every day and I was flying. I was at this point shooting heroin and shooting cocaine at the same time so I wouldn't overdose. I was doing Lyft and Uber, which is so dumb for me to do while I'm getting high. But I needed money. And so I was doing that all day. And I started to get like bad reviews about my driving. This is why it's so important to guard your eye and your ear gates, because this movie influenced me heavily to become a dancer at a strip club.
Okay, honey.
Welcome to Touching the Afterlife. Today, that's Deja. And she has such an incredible testimony. The whole entire testimony is, you're not going to want to miss any part of the details of what God has done in her life. Complete deliverance. So welcome with me today, Deja. I know so many people are going to relate with so much of your testimony. And so would you start maybe when you were a child? I know you had generational curses in your bloodline. So why don't you start with your childhood and how that started for you?
Okay, yeah. So I was born into a family that had a lot of different generational curses going on. So I was born to two teen parents. My mom is Puerto Rican and my dad is Black. So on my mom's side, there was a lot of Santeria, and then on my dad's side, they're Muslim, so there's idolatry. And then both sides of my family also had the spirit of addiction on the bloodline as well. So all of those things kind of came together to lead me down, you know, essentially a path of destruction. Like I said, I was born to two teen parents. My mom and dad were in high school, and they were kind of just hooking up, and my mom got pregnant immediately after they found out. My dad's side of the family wanted her to get an abortion, and my mom knew that she was going to keep me, so she said no, and they ended up parting ways. And I was pretty much raised just by my mom, and my dad was in my life. I would go with him on the weekends, but I always felt rejected, like from childhood. The earliest memories that I have are just me feeling like unloved, not knowing who I was, and just very unsure of myself. And I believe that that spirit came in during that time of my mom and dad, you know, kind of going back and forth as to whether she was going to keep me or not.
Wow.
And then also my mom's dad, who's Puerto Rican, he found out my mom was pregnant by a Black man and did not want her to keep me. He was upset about her being a teen mom, and also the fact that my dad was Black. So he didn't speak to her for maybe like the first 6 months of my life. My spirit of rejection just came right into my life at that time. I was born on Halloween. Like I said, I was raised by my mom. I would go with my dad on the weekends. And then when I was 5, I remember my dad driving me home one day to my mom's house in Philly, telling me that he loves me, but he's not going to see me again for a while. And I ended up not seeing my dad for 5 years or so until I was about 10. But at that time, you know, by the grace of God, my mom met my stepdad, and he kind of stepped in and started playing the role of a dad. And to this day, he's still my father. So I love him very much for that. But he stepped in, and it kind of just made that transition of my dad not being there easier for me. But I still had a lot of questions, and I had a lot of, you know, I felt very rejected by it. I didn't understand why my dad left. I just thought it was something wrong with me. Around that time, maybe about 5 or 6, I started to have these encounters with a girl cousin where there would be like touching and kissing and just very perverted things that we should not have been doing at that age. And it continued with other female family members. So I believe this is when the spirit of homosexuality came into my life, because I remember from a very young age being very interested in girls, maybe around like 8 or 9, making my girl Barbies kiss. And I always knew like inside of me that it was wrong.
Okay, so I just want to let you know that I'm having a thunderstorm right now, and I think that could be a lot of why, you know, my Wi-Fi is kind of messing up and stuff. But hopefully we can get through this. I'm not going to stop it a lot because it's pretty much telling the story itself. But I was going to watch this myself, and I thought, why don't we just, you know, why don't I just share this, you know, with others? Because, you know, a lot of us go through a lot of different things, and some people, like maybe even you, Becca, can relate to her, what she's talking about. And like you just said, she's a Scorpio like you, so you can relate to her a lot more, you know. You know, I love to see the aftermath of how God, you know, actually saves you from all of this, you know. But evidently, I don't know if she went to hell. I don't know what happened yet. So I'm excited to see. But that's why my wife,
because my grandma would talk to me about Jesus, and she took me to church as a child, and I loved going to church with her. So I had this understanding of Jesus, that he loved me and that certain things were right and wrong. So when I was having these feelings, I just felt so much shame, and I couldn't tell anyone. So I just kind of grew up just always having these like weird fantasies about girls, but I just suppressed it. I was just a very self-conscious child throughout middle school and high school. Middle school, there was a lot of bullying. And then when I got to high school, my mom was very strict because she was a teen mom. She felt like the best thing she could do was to prevent me from following in that path. So she was very strict. I had to be home all the time without much freedom. So I started to kind of become rebellious. During that time, while I was in high school, I started fighting. I actually had to leave one school because of getting into a fight with a girl. And then I went to a new school in 10th grade and was fighting there too. I was just very angry and violent. I actually began shoplifting at this time, which I believe was my first addiction. I started stealing from stores, and I became very good at it. And I actually became addicted to it to the point where I literally couldn't go in a store without stealing something.
Wow, she
It
became
just
a
was a really
klepto.
bad habit. So around this time, I also started smoking weed. And I remember the first time I smoked that I fell in love with that feeling. It was the first time that I didn't overthink everything. I didn't overthink what I was saying or doing, what people thought of me. So I felt like that was how I was always supposed to feel.
Oh,
And I believe that's when the spirit of addiction that was on my bloodline came in. I have several family members on my mom's side who overdosed and died from heroin and different addictions. So I believe that's when
I'm
that
not
door was
talking.
open to the enemy. So I started smoking weed every day. I ended up losing my virginity to a guy in my new high school. And I thought I was in love with him. He graduated shortly after. And then not too long after that, he ended up dying. So
He
I didn't know
died.
how to process any of this. I didn't have the type of relationship with my mom where I could go talk to her about boys. I was always very scared of like the consequences of what I said to her in that aspect.
Okay, I wasn't talking. I was just kind of saying things. Good morning, SDA. I was just kind of saying, a few things here and there. So I wasn't really talking or nothing like that. But yeah, isn't this weird that the story, like you can relate to the story, and I decided this is the story I wanted to, watch today. Isn't it just weird how God works? God's just amazing. I love God. He's just amazing.
About like me liking a guy. I thought I would be like on punishment. So I just kind of suppressed how I was feeling about that. And then when I went to his funeral, his girlfriend stood up and started talking, and I was devastated. I was heartbroken. This is somebody that I thought I was with, and going to the funeral, finding out that he had a girlfriend was hard to handle. So I believe that's when the spirit of Jezebel came in. That's what the Lord
Wow.
has revealed to me. And I just started to get even more rebellious. And at this point, this is when I started to experiment with girls and kind of step into that bisexual lifestyle. And I still had a lot of shame around it, but I was getting more, my conscience was getting more and more seared at this point. And so my household wasn't necessarily a Christian household. My grandma had taught me about Jesus when I was a kid, but I wasn't raised going to church. We were more like Christmas, Easter Christians. So I didn't really have that foundation in the word. And I did go to a Christian middle school, but they didn't really teach us much about the power of God. I just remember like being religion there and not really understanding anything about the Bible. Fast forward, I ended
No, actually, baby, I wasn't talking about, I was just saying, I was saying little things, I was commenting. Yeah, I was commenting. And, but when she is talking, since I have it on the highest level, you can't hear me talking because I have it on like, that boost that I told you about that I play, and then it makes her really loud. That I've noticed that you can't hear me talking when another person is talking. So I shouldn't have said anything, but I was kind of like saying, I was like, oh my goodness, and like feeling bad for her. You know what I mean? That's what I was saying.
up going to college after I graduated high school. And that was my first time that I had any type of freedom from being in my mom's house. And I actually skip this part. I started to see my dad again when I was about 10 or 11. So from 10 all the way through high school up until college, I was going to my dad's house on the weekends, every other weekend. And it became just like a cycle of like him taking me and my sister, who he has with another woman, out shopping, buying us stuff. We would have a really good time with my dad. And I would go home and I wouldn't really talk to him for 2 weeks. And then he'd pick me up again. And it was just always very awkward. Like I didn't feel like I had a really deep connection with him because I still didn't fully understand why he left when I was a kid. But that was just the cycle of it, along with my mom, who kind of parented out of guilt for my dad leaving and just spoiled me a lot. So I was a very materialistic teenager. I thought that love was money and material things. That was just what I had, in my mind, that was how a guy was supposed to treat me. So I didn't have a concept of like healthy love. So when I went to college, I kind of just went crazy. I was partying every single night for the whole first semester, and I got my report card essentially, and my mom was like, "Yeah, no, you're coming home. Like, you're not staying there. You failed everything." I was not going to class, so she made me come home, and I started to go to community college and work. And so at this point, I'm back home. I'm going to community college for nursing, and I ended up getting arrested for shoplifting when I turned 18. I was about 18 and a half. I got arrested for shoplifting, and I had a court date. So I also had a job at a group home, and I got fired maybe within the same month of me getting arrested. And so I had no clue what I was going to do to pay for my lawyer. My mom made it clear she was not helping me because she had told me a long time ago to stop stealing or I was going to go to jail. And that ended up happening. So at that point, I had a movie called The Players Club. And this is why it's so important to guard your eye and your ear gates, because this movie influenced me heavily to become a dancer at a strip club. And I watched it. The girl in the movie was in college. She was stripping and she was taking care of her son and making a whole lot of money, and they glamorized it. And I remember that seed was planted in my mind. Like, I could do that. I can go to school and I can strip and I can pay for my lawyer and I can get, what I need to get. That's what I did. So I was 19 at that point, and I became a stripper, and I danced for a year and a half. I would go to school on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then I would drive to the strip club on the weekends in different cities along the East Coast. And I made a lot of money, but I became more and more.
Don't hang on just a second. Don't you have to be 21 to be a stripper? Because they sell alcohol unless it's fully nude, and then they don't have alcohol in the facility. And I think that's when you have to only be 18. But I thought you had to be 21 if they serve alcohol. Even if they serve alcohol there, you have to be 18. That's a baby age. Like, oh my God. You can't buy cigarettes until you're 21, but you can go strip in a nightclub at 18. These laws are crazy because you can't even buy cigarettes until you're 21. You can't drink a beer till you're 21, but you can go take your clothes off. You can get a liquor to sell license at 18. You mean you can get a license to sell liquor at 18? Because I thought you couldn't even touch it. At 16, they let you? At 16, they let you. Oh my goodness. And now you look back and you see you as a baby, right? You see that you was actually, I mean, because you got your 16-year-old, you see you as a baby. Like, you think you're grown, but you're not. We're still a baby. Like when I was pregnant at 16, and I planned Cody and stuff. I look back now and I'm like, I can't believe I was ever pregnant at 16, had a child at 17. Like, what? I was married at 16. What? I babysat for when I was 20 years old. I got 50 an hour here, 18 years old. 50 an hour is good money. Wow. So in Canada it's 18, but it's 21 here to buy alcohol or cigarettes or even weed. It's weird. Wow. That's crazy.
Depraved, honestly. Thinking, I had no concept of what the Lord thought about this. I just thought that this was normal. Everyone that I was hanging out with were other dancers. I I was just on a bad path. And so thank God he had his hand on me during this time. I never had any really traumatizing things happen to me in those situations. I always got home safely. I was still keeping up with my schoolwork, but my family found out what I was doing. And after a year and a half, my mom gave me an ultimatum and was like, you need to quit, or you're not going to be a part of this family. So at that point, I was convicted, and I was like, you know what, I do need to stop. Like, this isn't me. I had to turn into a person that I wasn't. And that environment, the spirit of Jezebel really thrives, because you're getting attention and you have all these guys lusting after you, and you're, especially if you have rejection and you don't know your identity, that affirmation, that demonic affirmation, can really like build you up with this false confidence. But the day that you don't make a whole lot of money, you feel horrible about yourself. So it was a bad cycle. So when my mom gave me that ultimatum, I was kind of relieved. Like, I wanted a reason to stop. And so during that time, I had started drinking a lot. I was experimenting with like party drugs. So I started taking ecstasy, and the weed was still an everyday thing, but the pill hadn't gotten to that point yet. So I ended up getting deeper into homosexuality during that time. I actually had a girlfriend. I thought I was bisexual. It was nothing for me to hook up with girls. I didn't think twice about it. I just thought that was just who I was. And then during this time of me transitioning from stripping into leaving the strip club, I started having sleep paralysis. So this is when Jesus became real to me. I started having sleep paralysis just like chronically, to the point where I would be afraid to go to sleep. But when I would call on the name of Jesus, it would stop completely. So I knew that Jesus was real. I knew demons were real. And I knew that the power of God was real. But I did not know him personally. After I left the strip club, I started to work at a group home. And I stayed there for about 2 years. And in the midst of that, I got into a relationship with a guy. It was very toxic. We were together for almost a year. And during that time, I decided I didn't want to go to school anymore. My mom.
Hold up. Okay. So I have to do this. I have to do this really quickly because she's talking really super fast. I mean, like really super fast. I don't even have it on fast. And she's talking really super fast. But let me just digest what she just said. She went to a girl's home, a group home, but yet she was 18 and stripping. So how did her mom? How could her mom have sent her away? Because she was 18. How could she have been sent away to a group home when she was 18? I'm trying to understand this because, like, the parents can send you away, but when you're 18, how did she get sent away to a group home? So you think this is before she became the stripper? You think this is before she became the stripper? Hang on just a second. Because I'm confused. She's going really super fast and I'm confused. So this was before she was 18 then? This is okay, so somehow she jumped from being a stripper. Somehow she jumped from going to college, being a stripper, to now we're back to when she was stealing. And before she became 18, so she must have been 16 because she was there for 2 years. Wow. I'm trying, I don't even have this on fast. So let me see if I can slow this down a little bit because this is a little fast. We might need to go a little slower because I'm not, it's, she's jumping around a lot. I don't know if she's trying to talk fast because she thinks she's not going to get it all in or whatever, but let me back that up just a little bit. I'm confused. I need to make sure. I want to know what she says.
Transitioning from stripping into leaving the strip club, I started having sleep paralysis. So this is when Jesus became real to me. I started having sleep paralysis like chronically, to the point where I would be afraid to go to sleep. But when I would call on the name of Jesus, it would stop completely. So I knew that Jesus was real. I knew demons were real. And I knew that the power of God was real. But I did not know him personally. After I left the strip club, I started to work at a group home.
Oh,
And I stayed there
to
for
work.
about 2 years. And in the midst of that, I got into a relationship with a guy. It was very toxic. We were together for almost
Okay, so she wasn't jumping around. She became a stripper, then she went from that to working at a group home and then got in a relationship with a bad person. Thank God I slowed this down because I didn't catch any of that. Did you catch any of that? Either one of you, did anybody catch any of that before I slowed this down and came back? I'm wondering why she's talking so fast. Is she scared that she's not going to get it all out? Because she was talking super fast. I didn't hear none of that. Let me know. Put a 1 in the comments if you heard it. Put a 2 in the comments if you didn't hear it at all. That she worked there and got in a bad relationship. Yeah, SDA, was it the one that you've been friends with all this time, or was it a different one? So neither one. So see, we're going to have to keep her slowed down a little bit because evidently she's talking too fast for us. I know I talk fast as hell too, but I mean, this is super fast. This is like on 1.25 type of thing. And it's not being rude or nothing. It's just I personally, with my mental, my brain and stuff, I can't, oh, the one that passed. Okay. I can't comprehend it. I couldn't comprehend what she was saying. That's why I had to slow it down. Because normally I can comprehend, but it was just too fast. I didn't even catch it. They may have sped it up. I doubt it. I really seriously doubt it. It don't, because I can tell now that I slowed it down. It's not really matching her mouth. Watch.
a year. And during that time, I decided I didn't go to school anymore. My mom had kind of pushed me into being a nurse. And I was just like, this isn't for me. I don't want to do this. So I quit. And I was trying to figure out my next step of what I was going to do if I wasn't going to go to college. And I decided to become a flight attendant. I started applying to airlines and I ended up getting hired by one. And during that time, me and this relationship with this guy got really toxic and we ended up breaking up. So we broke up about 2 months before.
Okay, so she's in the toxic relationship and they broke up 2 months before she became a flight attendant. Okay, I'm going to try to put it back on normal speed so it doesn't sound kind of weird and see if I can comprehend it. Because I don't know what was going on. Normally at 1.25, I can comprehend it.
I got an offer to go to flight attendant training for an airline. I was happy. I thought that this was my new start in life. It was going to be a career that was going to be fun. I was going to be able to get out of Philly and Jersey. I ended up finding out I was pregnant by this guy. And so I was faced with a decision to either keep the child and stay with him or get an abortion and become a flight attendant. And I didn't think twice about it. I got an abortion. I did not know at the time the spiritual consequences of doing this. When you get an abortion, you come into a blood covenant with a demon called Moloch from the Bible. It was the demon that they sacrificed their children to. I opened myself up to so many different demons after doing that, and I didn't realize it. But when I went away to flight attendant training, I kind of pushed it to the back of my mind. I finished. I started flying. 6 months later, I got into a car accident and I got prescribed Percocets. So the enemy had legal right to take me down a really dark path at that point. I started to be very depressed. They prescribed me these pills and I was taking them every day and I was flying. and trying to, maintain my life, but developing a pill
Yes,
addiction
STI.
without anyone knowing. So that was 2015. So over the course of the next, like, I would say 3 years, I got worse and worse on pills, and I started buying them from the street. And um, trying to balance a pill addiction and a career like being a flight attendant where you're gone for 4 days at a time was very hectic. I was just in a constant state of having to be numb. Like, I didn't want to feel anything, and I didn't understand why I never felt content when I wasn't high on something. And it was very frustrating because I didn't tell anybody that I was struggling with this unless you were one of my friends and you were doing the same thing as me. Nobody knew. So fast forward to that, in 2019, I confessed to my mom that I had a pill problem because it got out of hand. I couldn't manage to buy all of these pills, and I started doing more than I was before. It was getting to the point where, like, okay, this is becoming an addiction. And so my mom kind of forced me to go to rehab for
Gotcha.
the first time. She was living in Florida at the time. So I came to visit for a few days, and I told her, and then she basically made me go to treatment, which I still wasn't fully convinced that I had a drug problem. I just didn't really know what the solution was for me to stop these pills. My mom's siblings, three of them have overdosed and died from heroin, like I said earlier. So she was like, not my daughter. So she went into full blown like panic mode and like dropped me off at this rehab in the middle of nowhere. And I was upset. I didn't want to be there. And I ended up going, and that was the first time I was introduced to the concept of quote unquote recovery, what the world calls it. And so they started talking about addiction and the consequences and the symptoms. And I was in there with other people who were doing hard drugs like meth and crack and heroin. And I was looking at them and I was judging them because I was like, I just do pills. I'm a flight attendant. I don't belong here. I'm not like any of you guys. And I judged them. When I left, I ended up moving to Florida. And at this time, I got into a relationship with the girl who lived in Florida, and it was pretty toxic. But this was the first time that I was attempting to stay clean, and I had made my mind up that I wasn't going to use drugs anymore. I was going to stay clean off the pills, but I still had the urge to use drugs. And that's because the spirit of addiction was still within me. It hadn't been casted out. So you can put the drugs down. And this is what I want people to understand who are struggling with addiction, or don't understand it, is that it's a spiritual problem. It's not just someone being addicted to something physically. That's one aspect of it, but it's a spirit that constantly nags at you to constantly get high. And it's a vicious cycle that you can't stop. And even if you detox, you still have that almost like demon in your ear talking to you, trying to tell you to get high 24/7. So you need to get free from that. And I wasn't free from it. So I'm in a relationship with this girl. I find out that she's cheating on me, and I spiral back into the pills. So I found them here in Florida, and I relapsed a few months after getting out. And so that is when things got really, really bad for me. Um, I got worse and worse on the pills. I was still flying at this time, but I really didn't find any satisfaction in it. I did not like my job anymore. I was just going just for the money, but I really just wanted to just be alone and get high. That was at the point that I was at in my life. I was so lost and I needed Jesus. I went to rehab again in the beginning of 2020. And when I went again, it was still for the pills. And my roommate in the rehab was a heroin addict. And this is how tricky the devil is, because she snuck she snuck heroin into her shorts in the rehab.
Wow.
And because she was my roommate, she ended up telling me, and she let me try some. So I remember trying the heroin, I snorted it. And at the time I was crushing up and snorting my pills. So in my mind, it wasn't that big of a change, even though I really didn't know what I was about to get myself into. I wish I did. But I snorted the heroin, and the high was better than the pills and a lot cheaper. And she became my dealer. Basically, we got out of rehab a day apart, and I dove headfirst into snorting heroin. By the time I realized what I was doing and how strong this drug was, it was too late. I was already physically addicted to it. So I just started to become a heroin addict in private, and no one knew. So I got faced with needing to make a decision to go back to flying, because when COVID happened, they gave us a little break, and I had to decide whether I was going to go back to flying or whether I was going to quit. And I was addicted to heroin at this point. I couldn't go without it for a day. So there was no way I was going back to flying.
You okay
So I
back there?
quit
Hold on.
and dove headfirst into addiction. At that point, I started.
Hold on. Becca, is he okay? He's okay? Okay. Because I just want to make sure he's okay before we continue, because that's what I was waiting for you to tell me. Did he just fall over or something, or is his blood sugar low?
To come in contact with people who were doing other drugs than what I was doing. I went to rehab again and met a girl in there who, when we got out, we hooked up, and she introduced me to her dealer, and she was a meth and heroin addict. So that was the first time that I tried meth, which took me into a whole nother realm of the spirit. I was seeing things. They call it the shadow people. It's really demons that you're seeing because you open yourself up to the spirit realm so much on that drug. It's literally sorcery. And so I started doing different drugs that I had never done before with this girl, her dealer. And then I got introduced to these people who were doing way more stronger drugs than I ever had been around. And I'm, seeing them often because I'm buying from them. And it just intrigued me to start wanting to take a different route for how I did my drugs. They all were using a needle. Sin grows,
Oh,
when you open
no.
the door to sin and you live in iniquity, the enemy keep taking you further into that. And so I started to get intrigued by wanting to shoot up. And so they told me where to go to get the needles, and that's what I did. So I started to shoot heroin, and I ended up overdosing 2 times in the course of maybe 1 month. The first time I overdosed, I was in a car with this guy that I was getting high with, and he actually shot me up because I didn't know how, and I woke up in an ambulance, and they had to Narcan me 3 times. And then they took me to the hospital, and I told my mom what was happening. And my mom did not know at this point that I was using heroin. I had moved out of her house shortly after I moved to Florida, so she didn't know what I was doing. And yeah, she found out then. And so I ended up getting kind of scared at that point. Like, man, like I'm playing with fire. And so
Yeah.
I decided to go to rehab again. And so I went again, and this was the end of 2020, around October 2020. And I decided to go and move to South Florida. And I moved to West Palm Beach, and I went to a halfway house. That was my first time actually doing something like that when I got out of rehab. So when I went to the halfway house, I started really, really trying with all of my willpower to stay clean. I knew that I didn't want to die like that. And I still hadn't hit rock bottom though. Like I still felt like it wasn't as bad as other people's addiction. So I still had that in the back of my mind. And so I got a job there. I started working, going to meetings, AA meetings, NA meetings, which for me did not work at all. I personally believe it's a cult. Everyone has their own opinion. I know that the blood of Jesus is the only thing that can help you be set free from drug addiction. They have you repeat things over and over, their little mantras and their sayings, and they have you say, "Hi, I'm such and such, and I'm an addict," or "I'm such and such, and I'm an alcoholic." Well, we know that the word of God says life and death are in the power of the tongue. So if you keep repeating that over and over, and you keep repeating one of their sayings is once an addict, always an addict.
Listen.
And they call addiction a disease, your higher power can be.
That is true. I wonder why, because you know how I always tell you all that thoughts become things. So if you say something over and over and over, whether it be good or whether it be bad, because like words are spells, that if you're constantly telling yourself, I'm an addict, hi, welcome, I'm an addict, then how are you ever to be like drug free or alcohol free if you're constantly telling yourself and others, I'm an addict? I don't think that people should say that. If you're clean and you're no longer doing it, I don't think you're an addict. I don't think that you're an addict. I don't think it should be said anymore. I think it should be, I used to be an alcoholic. I used to be a drug addict. I used to be, but not that I am anymore, because it just doesn't make any sense to me, because it's putting, as she says, it's putting it back into your mind every day and making you think that you are a drug addict. You are an alcoholic. You are this, you are an addict. When if you're not doing it, you're not one. And words are spells. And so if you're telling yourself this every single day, how is it helping you? I'm with this woman on this. How is it helping you? It can't help you. So I think that people should tell themselves, I'm not a drug addict. I used to be. I'm no longer a drug addict. I used to be an alcoholic. I'm no longer an alcoholic. You know, type of, and reassure yourself that you're not one, not that you are one. I never understood that, because people talk about it when they go, and I went with one of my friends when she had to go to AA one time. And the first thing that says is, hello, my name is such and such, and I'm an addict. What? You know, and I had to say, hello, my name is Betty, and I'm not an addict. I'm here with my friend. But it's still the point of it. Why do you call yourself an addict? He was throwing up, but the toilet is loose because we had a leak, so it made it loud noise. Oh, why is he throwing up? Is he okay? Goodness gracious. But so, yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand why they do that.
Be anything. It can be a tree. It doesn't have to be God. It doesn't have to be Jesus. So people stay in a cycle of relapsing. And I noticed that when I was in there, and when they would, when I would share, I would never say that I was an addict. There was a part of me that knew, like, no, I don't identify with that. I tried to stay clean, and I ended up relapsing down there. So I was in West Palm Beach for about 7 or 8 months, and got into a relationship with a guy, and found out that he was cheating and relapsed.
No. How? Okay. They are the ones that tell you, SDA, they're the ones that tell you that you're an addict for life. You're not an addict for life. You've been clean now 7 years. You have not touched one drop of alcohol. You used to have an addiction. You no longer have that addiction. Same with Becca. Becca used to have addiction. She no longer has addiction. So I wouldn't call either one of you addicts of anything at all. I don't know why they say that. It's almost like it makes it a repeat thing, to where, like she said, you keep going in and out of the rehabilitation centers because you keep telling yourself you're an addict. But you're not. You're not an addict. Do you go and get alcohol or anything like that? No, you don't. An addict goes and gets alcohol and drinks it. You don't. So to me, you're not an addict. And I know, Becca, isn't that weird that I turn her on? Right, SDA? And see, that's why I'm saying that I don't think the way that they're running the AA is correct. I think they should say, I used to be an addict. I'm no longer an addict. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't touch alcohol. You are not an addict. And I don't know why they say because you drink alcohol or you became an alcoholic that you're an addict for life, or they say that if you did drugs, you're an addict for life. No, you're not. Because I could tell you right now, SDA, you are clean. So therefore, you're not an addict. An addict would still get up and have a drink immediately. Same with Becca. You're not an addict. An addict would get up and immediately have drugs. But even if you say you're a recovering alcoholic, at this point you've already recovered, because you're going on almost a decade, right? Almost a decade. You're 8 years clean now. Yeah, Becca did it. She's a recovered addict. No meeting, no help, but just Jesus. Amen on that. Yes. But you see how many times this woman went to all these different rehabs and ended up doing more and more different drugs at that point. Yeah, 7 years. So you're not an addict. So, instead of saying, instead of letting these people tell us, oh, we're this or we're that, we should probably stop saying what they tell us to say, because it's almost like they're reprogramming your mind to make you think that you're an addict, and you're not. That's what I feel like anyway. I feel like this woman's right. And every time she went to rehab, it's like she did more drugs, more drugs, more drugs, harder drugs, crazy.
So like I honestly still had the spirit of addiction, still dealing with a lot of rejection. In those moments when I find out that, I was disappointed by someone who I cared about, my first thought was to just go get high to not feel it. And that was the reason why I always
I've
use
been
drugs,
adding
is
for
because those thoughts of being rejected and the feeling of, being so unsure of myself and like this false confidence that I had that didn't come from Christ. Anytime someone shattered that, I just couldn't handle it. And it's like my mind immediately went to using drugs, and sometimes it went to suicide. But the drugs were a slower way of killing myself. I ended up going down a really bad spiral really quick in South Florida. And I ended up calling my mom because she was in Orlando, which is about 3 hours away. And I told her what was happening, and she thought I was doing good. She was like, come home. So when I went back to Orlando, I asked them to Marchman Act me, which is in Florida. If you have a drug addiction and you're a danger to yourself, your family or a friend can go to the court and basically petition for you to be court ordered to rehab. And so I needed a guaranteed bed and detox. And they didn't have any open at the time in Orlando, but if they Marchman Acted me, then I would get a bed. So that's what they did. They Marchman Acted me. I went to detox for 7 days. This was about the end of May, beginning of June 2021. And so I went to detox for 7 days, and I told myself when I was in there, if you get out and you get high, you're going to keep getting high till you die. And that was at the point that I was at. I was literally like so done with life that I was like, it is what it is. And I relapsed the day I got out. And so I started going downhill really quickly. June 2021, July 2021, August 2021. I continued to use drugs every single day, all day. I was at this point shooting heroin and shooting cocaine at the same time so I wouldn't overdose, or that was my logic. I was doing Lyft and Uber, which is so dumb for me to do while I'm getting high. But I needed money. And so I was doing that all day, and I started to get like bad reviews about my driving. So it was just like a bad spiral those 3 months. And I was losing so much weight because I wasn't eating. I was always in my car. I wouldn't go to my mom's house except to like shower and grab clothes and leave back out again. I was just in my car constantly just high. And then because I was mixing the cocaine with the heroin, something happened in the spirit that unlocked me to the spirit realm. Like I started to hear demons talking through people. I would be out, and I know also it's a combination of me not eating and then not sleeping, but also cocaine unlocks you to some very like powerful demons. And so I would be out in like a gas station, and I go in and everybody would be talking about me. Like I would literally hear everything they were saying. And now I know it was demons talking through people, but they knew everything about me. They were like saying horrible things. It was just like a nightmare. Everywhere I went, it was the same thing. And so, but I couldn't stop using. And that was the thing. Like it was just straight torment. Like the devil had me in his hand, and he was just playing with me. And this was going on until I would like fall asleep, and then I wake up sober, and then I have to get high again. But it's like the cocaine had a grip on me that I couldn't do the heroin without it. It was just so bad, and it was just literally so demonic. I know that my mom saw me, my grandma saw me, and they realized how bad I was and that I had completely given up. Like there was still a point in time in the past where I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to treatment, like I'm gonna get clean. There was no more of that. I was just like, I'm done. I've tried everything. I've cried out to Jesus. And one thing I can say, I was praying through that entire process of me getting worse on drugs. I would literally like be in my car, like the most I would pray would be like, Lord Jesus, protect me. Like, don't let me get in any accidents, because there was also a spirit of death following me. I kept getting in car accidents over and over and over. And these were times when I wasn't even high. So like, I can't even blame it on the drugs. There was something that was happening that was causing me to constantly get in accidents. Yeah, at that point, my mom saw how bad I was, and she called the county and asked that I have a warrant, because when you get off of a Marchman Act, you have to go to court to be either sent to rehab by the judge or released from the Marchman Act, and I didn't go. And so I had a warrant. So my mom and my grandma pretty much set me up to get arrested, and I went to jail for 10 days, August 7th of 2021. So I went to jail and I detoxed from fentanyl in jail, cold turkey.
Fentanyl.
And it was horrible.
Okay,
and
hold up.
that was probably the lowest point for me of my entire life. I was suicidal. I wanted to kill myself.
I can't stop it. Okay, so she went all the way from, okay, so she went, you know, each time she went to the drug rehabs, she went to a harder core drug. So the first time she went to rehab, she started doing heroin. The second time she went to rehab, she started doing meth. And the third time she went to the thing, she started doing fentanyl. So I don't think none of those places was working for her because she was finding people that were doing hardcore drugs type of thing. It was getting worse for her. And I've heard that too. A lot of people say, oh, I met my partner in rehab, but we're still using. You know how you see that on different shows and stuff? We met each other through rehab and then they're addicts. They're really actively, you know, doing an addiction. They're actively doing it, but they met each other in rehab. It's weird. I don't know. Wow. Poor girl.
Could have killed myself in jail. I would have done it. That's how demonically possessed I was. And so when I got out, I had to go to rehab for 90 days. And my grandma picked me up from jail. And my grandma's a Holy Spirit filled believer, like I said. And she has 2 sisters who are also believers. And my grandma was just so desperate. She had been praying for me for so long to get clean. Since my was made known to her and the rest of my family in 2020, she had been praying for me diligently for the Lord to like deliver me from this. And so over the course of like, I say 5 months before I got arrested, my grandma and her 2 sisters had been watching a lot of deliverance videos on YouTube. The Lord just led them down this like training of how to do deliverance. And so he was preparing them to pray for me. So they picked me up. She picked me up from jail and took me to my aunt's house. And they ended up praying for me that
SDA. I dropped the link if you want to come up here and hang out with me and chat about this a little bit. We tried with Becca, but she can't seem to get on. She couldn't get on the StreamYard, and she has to wait to uninstall something so that she can install StreamYard and maybe be able to get on. But if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to, and we can chat about this a little bit. And I apologize about my weather. My weather, it's raining really bad. It's going to rain all day. And that's why we're having really bad Wi-Fi problems right now.
At night, and they did deliverance on me for like 4 hours, and I manifested so much. It was the most radical encounter I ever had with Jesus in my entire life. It was eye-opening. And when I got up off the floor, it was just like my spiritual eyes were open. I knew I was not going back to drugs. I knew Jesus was real. He had set me free from addiction. I knew that my life was in shambles, but I had hope. And when I got up, I was just radically changed in a matter of 4 hours. I felt the joy of the Lord. I was just crying because I was just so grateful. And it's crazy because the spirits that manifested, the Lord allowed them to say certain things where it would give me revelation. One of them was screaming that it was there since I was born. It's in the family. And I know now that that was the spirit of addiction. And so the next day I went to rehab and I was on fire for Jesus. When I got there, I like walked in the cafeteria and I was telling everybody about what had happened to me the day before. I was like, I got delivered from demons. Like, demons are real. Addiction is the spirit. Like, do you need deliverance? And people were looking at me like, this girl is crazy. And so I actually prayed for like 2 girls in there and they like manifested, but I had no clue how to do deliverance. I didn't know what to do. But I was just like on fire for Jesus. And I spent a lot of time in the word, and I spent so much time in prayer. I learned about I learned about the prophetic and fasting and things like that just from being in the secret place with the Lord. And while I was in rehab, he gave me this like word of knowledge that I wrote in my journal, And
Really?
I wrote it down. He
Come up
said that I was
here.
going
I sent you
to
the StreamYard.
open
Come
a
up here.
rehab one day. And I was like, what? Like, I'm like, and I knew that was not my own thought because I had never even considered anything like that. And he was like, you're going to open a rehab one day, and it's going to be there. You're going to do for people what happened to you. And I was like, wow, okay. So I wrote it down, but I kept it in the back of my mind. Like, it gave me so much hope. Like, if what I went through was for somebody else and someone else can be helped from it, then it was worth it. I spent 6 months in that rehab, just getting to know Jesus and getting refined more and more. I would spend hours in the word, like hours. I would just be crying and journaling to him. That was like my way of praying, was like journaling. And I would just like be, all I had was a radio. And I remember he made himself so real to me because I would hear like him speak to me through the music on a Christian station. And like, I would just cry and cry. And I couldn't wait to get back to my room to read my word. Like, I was on fire. And so I left from there and I went to a Christian halfway house, and I stayed there for a year. And I got a job at a dental office, and I just started working. And this sober house that I went to, they did deliverance there. We did Bible studies and stuff. So I got more deliverance, and I just started to grow as a woman of God. And
Becca, I sent you a machine thing. If you will click on it, I will be able to get 2 points, and I only need 1 cent in order to win my thing. If you can do that for me, I only need 1 cent. 1 cent. 1 cent. Hopefully you guys
it was just a powerful,
Are you coming up here, SDA? Are you coming up to see me?
powerful shift in my life. And so the Lord just rebuilt my life from there. During that time, he rebuilt my relationship with my sister. My younger sister, she hadn't been speaking to me throughout the course of my addiction getting worse. And he rebuilt that relationship, and we ended up moving in together and getting an apartment. So we're roommates now. And then I actually got hired at the rehab that I did heroin at. So I now work there. Yeah, I work at that rehab now. And it's amazing to be able to like pray over the people that I work with, and like just the Lord has given me such a hunger for this group of people who struggle with that, and also like homosexuality and people who are confused about their identity, because it's all rooted in the spirit of rejection. And that's the thing that I want people to understand about homosexuality, addiction. Those are just symptoms of a bigger thing, and they manifest in those ways, but it's really the root of it. A lot of times it's the spirit of rejection, and it causes you to reject yourself or reject the identity that God gave you. The Lord has just really been raising me up as a woman of God, and like teaching me so much about his word, about how to be honorable, and to pick up my cross every day. And so when I moved out of the halfway house and into the apartment with my sister, I joined a church that's on fire for God. It's called The Rock, and it's in Orlando. And I've been going through more deliverance, being discipled, because that's such an important part of it. Like, you have to be discipled by someone who's, wiser than you in the spirit, who can lead you, into the things of God. And so my church, they do that. They hold me accountable. I've grown so much since I've been there. I've been there for a year now. And they're raising me up to be a leader, and they support what the Lord has given me as a vision of what I'm going to do in my life, which is to open up halfway houses and rehabs. And so I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's going to happen in Jesus' name. And he's actually going to have me go and like start evangelizing to that community of homeless and like drug addicted people in Philly and Kensington areas.
I sent it on Messenger to you, and if you click it, it should give me my 2 points, which would give me my 1 cent, and then I actually get to win for the first time ever. I actually get to win back a lot of the money that I've spent at Sheen. And we're almost done with this, so hopefully you've only got 14 more minutes, but I know you got a call, so hopefully you'll get to the end of this. It's almost done.
I'm going to be doing that soon in July. So yeah, God has just done a work in my life.
You are an incredible woman of God. You have an amazing testimony. I'm just blown away. There's so many things, Deja. I'm beyond just blessed and proud of you and what God has brought you through. I mean, the whole gamut of just various addictions and sin, and you were on this spiral that you were saying, and yet do you feel like the enemy, I mean, he wanted to take you out. That was his main goal. He went down every path
Yeah.
And his ultimate goal was to kill you. But God said, not my child. And so, Deja, what advice would you give to somebody that is struggling with addiction?
My advice is to repent. And when I say repent, not just repent with your mouth, but with your actions. So that means quitting the drugs, whatever that looks like, whether you need to go to detox, rehab, whatever the case may be, leaving a situation, leaving the state, put some distance between yourself and the drug and get delivered, because addiction is a spirit. Like I said, even if you put the drugs down, the reason that people go back and they stay in that cycle is because they did not get delivered from the root of the issue, which is spiritual, which is a demon, and it needs to be casted out through the power of Jesus. Once you get delivered, then you need to fill your house, right, with the Holy Spirit. So you need to develop a relationship with Jesus, really accept him into your life, allow him to fill you with his spirit so that you have power to defeat the enemy when he tries to tempt you. Your surroundings, in the recovery community, they say people, places, and things. That's one thing they say that's true. You really do need to be around people who are going to cultivate that atmosphere of the things of God and like pour into you. So whether that's joining a church, people who are on fire believers who will help disciple you, and just stay in the word. Like, you have to stay rooted in Christ. You have to put on the full armor of God every day. You have to read your word. You have to pray. I would even have a lifestyle of fasting. You have to be mindful of your
Hang on, I'm trying to
eye and your ear gates. I can't listen to certain music because it triggers me to think of times when I was listening to it while I was using drugs.
Beautiful.
I can't go certain places, not out of fear, but just out of wisdom.
Hello, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning.
I'm here.
How are you doing this morning?
Good.
How are you?
Good. Can you hear
Are
me?
you having a good morning or just a morning?
Just a morning.
Yeah, I can hear you great. Yeah. What do you think about this woman's testimony?
I was somewhat listening to it.
What do you think? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Keep losing my voice.
So how are you feeling this morning? Did you sleep good last night?
Yep.
I'm going to take her off real quick. Yeah, I went to bed right after you and I, oh goodness, it's thunderstorming really bad where I'm at. But I went to bed right after you and I got off live, and I pretty much just kind of what's the word? The word for it is almost like as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was out like a light. Did you sleep pretty good?
I went to bed 2 hours later.
What'd you do?
Watch Netflix.
Oh, what'd you watch? I don't even have Netflix anymore.
I was watching The Crown, the Lady Diana one.
Oh, that was supposed to be good. That's about her, right? Whenever she was the princess, when she was alive and stuff.
Yes.
Is it good? Do you like it?
Now it's about William after the Diana.
Oh, wait. Is that the new one?
Yep.
Is it about his life?
It's about his life and how he coped after his mother died.
Oh. So how did
And
he
then
cope?
probably Harry.
How did he cope in like where's Kate?
Now they say she has cancer.
Ask you about that. Did he somehow put her in a mental institution? Because ever since she went to the hospital, she never came back. They're
Well,
trying
no one in the royal family, probably.
Right, they're trying to say that she has cancer, but they're saying that was AI. that was not her, and that she would never wear the same shirt that she wore 2 years ago.
Don't know. I don't really follow him.
Well, I've been hearing a lot about it. Do you ever watch Tissa Tells or Tessa Tells?
No,
She
never
covers a
heard of
lot.
it.
She covers them, and she covers Diddy and stuff like that. She's a pretty big YouTuber now. I started watching her when she was a smaller YouTuber, but she's gotten pretty big now. She's like
That's the one that's talking about Diddy, right?
yeah, she's been the one actually bringing all the real information. She's got a lot of people that work behind the scenes
She
that bring
talks about the royal family.
huh?
She talks about the royal family.
Yes, she does.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, she talks about Kate and where is Kate and how the pictures were AI and they wasn't her. She hasn't been seen. She also talked about I didn't get to watch the video, but I seen that she had a video up. I feel like something's in my eye. But I seen that she had a video up that said that William was seen with another woman and her children, and then one of William's sons was seen, but like Kate's nowhere to be found. And they still have those psychiatric wards there, right? They have theirs open, right? Which we
Right.
have, but they're only for like if somebody's really harming themselves, right? But I'm wondering if that's not where she's at, because he could have said she went crazy and then put her there.
The laws have changed since then. Well, here, anyways.
But not in UK. The UK is totally different. It's still open and you can still admit your wife, especially if you're the prince or whatever.
He'll be soon king because Charles has cancer.
I think he died. Somebody said he died
Yeah,
and that they're hiding it.
whatever. If the
Yeah.
king was to die, we would all know.
Well, that's what I thought too. But they're saying that they're hiding it for some reason. I don't know. Because I don't really watch the royal family, but I do know that that Tessa, I think it's Tessa. She talks about a lot. She talks about it a lot. In between talking about Diddy and stuff like that. So I don't know. I mean, she's got a lot of different videos on it, and she's always saying, "Where is Kate? This ain't working out. Where is Kate?" And things like that, But supposedly he was seen with some woman, and I think she has a child or something. But he was seen with this woman, and but there wasn't no Kate. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, they're
But I
saying that
figured,
they're saying Prince William and Kate shared new pictures of their baby. That was 2 days ago.
yeah. Did she have another baby?
Yeah, they have 3.
So she didn't have a brand new baby.
Not Kate, not that I know of.
Yeah. And I heard that Kate's family hasn't heard from her either. Like her family's asking where she's at.
See, you know more than I do.
That's just because I've been watching it periodically, on Tessa's channel. Like just periodically, just been seeing stuff. Which she gets all her stuff most of the time from the news, or she's got somebody over in the UK. Like I used to. When you get pretty big, you got people that'll help you, and they come in your inbox and they're like, "Here's this information, here's that information," type of, that type of thing. And that's what I think that it is. That's what I think information that she gets or whatever. But I don't know. I woke up today and I'm in a happy mood. I got some good sleep last night. I don't know, what time did we go to bed? Was it 11 or 12? I can't remember.
Well, here this time it was 12.
It was 12. Because I know yesterday was 5 a.m., wasn't it? By the time we got off the phone, my time.
No, it would have been 4 my time, 3 yours.
I went to bed at 5. The morning before when you and I were talking on the phone, I got off the phone at 5. Because I went in there and Steven was waking up and it was 5 o'clock in the morning. And he was late because normally he wakes up at like 4:30, something like that, you know. And he was like, "You let me sleep." And I'm like, "You got an alarm." You know, you got an alarm. But no, and I looked at our video from last night and everything looks good. So I don't see where I need to edit anything. And we didn't really talk that much, so really we can't do what's that called? We can't do like a short because we didn't really talk that much. But I do want to ask you about what do you think about the AA stuff, about what she was talking about, of like every time she went, this lady that we just watched, every time she went to AA, it seemed like that she got on harder drugs and met people who did harder drugs. And that how
Because she's going to the wrong rehab.
well, she said the last one she went to was Florida and she was bound and determined to get off drugs. And that's when she did. And she said, and then she started going to church and stuff like that. So pretty much she got delivered and got the demons, you know, out of her or whatever to where she didn't want it anymore. But what do you think about them calling, welcome back. Did you get removed?
No.
Well, what happened? It went
I don't
down
know.
and came back up and you don't even have a picture now.
I'm not even touching the phone.
What? No, it seriously went down and you went down and then came back up and you don't have a picture now.
I don't know. I didn't do anything.
That's weird.
I'm not even holding my phone.
That's weird.
I see the picture.
Yeah, there's no picture. Look.
Yeah, I see it on the computer. No picture.
Yeah, there's no picture. But what it did was you dropped down and then you came right back up and then you had no picture. And I don't know why. It was very different for me. So tonight we're going to be talking about Diddy tonight.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow night? Oh, Friday night, right? Yeah. Because I was going to go live tomorrow, but I came live this morning. I thought, because I felt good and I was like, I think I want to go live, you know, have coffee with my girls, see how my girls are doing. Which we got people watching, but they don't say anything. I guess they're afraid. I don't know. So did you see my little Bible that I bought? I bought this little Bible and then I put these little tabs on it right here so that you could see them. And these were fairly easy to put on. But I love this Bible because it's one of those Bibles that are easy to read. So when you're reading it, you can understand what you're actually reading instead of it being thou, thee, thou, bah, you know, and all these weird words and stuff. It's straight to the point, and like it was written in or the way that they did it was 2016, and it's for people who have learning disabilities or don't comprehend very well, and that's like me now. So with my brain injury, you know, for me to read it, otherwise it's all jumbo bumbo. I don't understand the other. Do you hear the thunder out there?
No, but I heard it the first time I got on.
Yeah, it's really thundering. And I have a doctor's appointment with my brain doctor today at 2, which is about 35 minutes away. But I wonder if I should even go. I don't like to drive in the snow and I don't like to drive in the rain.
The
'Cause
snow I can understand, but the rain is just rain.
Yeah, but ever since my dad died, I'm really scared, like, of driving. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's like I have a phobia.
It's up to you.
I know. It's just I need to think about it. Sometimes I have to call my doctor. My brain doctor knows though that I'm bipolar and knows that I have social anxiety and stuff like that. So if I call sometimes and I'm like, I can't make it in today, they'll say, okay, Betty, what about Monday or Tuesday? Is that better for you? And then I have to mentally prepare myself for the Monday or Tuesday. But a lot of times I don't usually go like the day that I'm supposed to because I don't know. Depends on how mentally I am, like how my brain's working. I don't know.
Is
Are you
Queen
gonna
still here?
do what?
Is Queen still here?
No, she had a Zoom call with work, so she's not here no more. I don't know who all's here because they don't talk. They just watch.
Why are they all afraid to talk?
I have no idea because nobody's going real life on them. This is the internet. Um, so I have no idea why they're afraid to talk. Brainworms came in and said hi. But I couldn't tell you. I don't know. They're all afraid to talk,
Never show fear.
right? Fear's of the devil. Fear is not of God anyway. What does anybody have to fear? Like, what's going to happen to them? Nothing.
When you show fear, they walk all over you.
Correct. Which we've seen this for the last, 8 years. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And I don't know who's here and I don't know why they don't say hi or,
Look like they dropped.
2 of them did, it looks like.
No, one's back. Just watch the numbers.
Hmm.
Well, you heard what
I don't
Lucifer
know.
said, right?
No, what happened?
He said that they can't go to these places, the places that don't like him. So he tells his subs where to go now.
Oh, really? He's a dictator now?
Yep. He's a
Hmm.
cult. They got to obey.
Hmm. Hmm.
As soon as someone says, oh, you can't go here, you can't go there, I'm out.
Oh, I would be too. I don't even watch people like that though. You and I were talking, and I watched the Messy Sweet Spot. I watched Tessa Tells, and different people like that. I don't even watch those people
I don't
that
watch
do
them.
shit like that.
I don't watch them. I was watching Mama T.
Well,
And
I
that's
don't
what
watch
he
her
was
because
doing
of all
in
this
his
shit she's
chat,
done.
telling people where to go. There's a video of it too.
Well, yeah, Nicolina told everybody if they came to my room that she was going real life on them, which
Well, I came
actually
right to your room.
I actually thought about turning that into the police because this is my job. So what the hell is she doing? She's not the internet police.
Nobody has the right to tell you where to go.
Right. And she's not the internet police, And I thought about sending that to my police officer and asking them what they thought about it since this is my job. And this is my job. When I come live on here, this is my job as a creator. And I thought about calling them or letting them hear the video and letting them see what it is I should do about it.
Isn't that against YouTube?
It
To be
is
saying
against
stuff like
YouTube
that?
as well. I should send it into YouTube and be like, this is what this woman's doing. She's going to go real life. She said it. I'll go real life on you. I will hate you. I will call your job. I will call your landlord. I will call your CPS on you. I will do whatever I have to do. And I'm
She
like,
called my job if she wants. I'm my own boss, so.
right. But I'm like thinking to myself, who in the hell do you think you are to tell people whether or not they can come to my life when, bitch, I've been here for 8 years?
Isn't blackmail against the law?
Blackmail is against the law. Yeah. That's why I said if I gave that video to the police, I think they might do something about it, especially now that she has arrest for her, a warrant for her arrest because of her ass stalking.
She does.
Yes, she does. It's in another state, ATL.
Didn't know that. Don't watch her.
Yeah, she's had an arrest or a warrant for her arrest for quite some time.
Does Mama T know that?
I don't know. She should. Everybody knows.
No,
She
I
hired
didn't.
an attorney on live, and people were paying for her attorney fees.
Oh yeah, it's that woman, right? That was charging her.
ATL. Yeah, ATL went to court. Remember, she went and got an ex parte, but she didn't go to court because she has, problems getting there and stuff like that as well. And she didn't show up, but they pressed the charges against Nicolina, and she has a warrant. And she has to go to that state in order to get it dropped. It's not she acted like she hired an attorney. I don't know if she did or not, but she was talking to one like as if they were in kindergarten. That's how she talked to them. I was like, if I was them, I wouldn't even have took her case. I'd have been like, nah. And who knows if they did take her case? Because they kept telling her that doesn't mean we can get you out of the warrant. Because literally, you have to go there, you have to be booked and bonded out. So
I
she
know
just
you
has
laws are different than ours.
yeah, she just has an open warrant.
Here,
But
if
I
you got a
don't
warrant
think,
at all, they'll come right to your house.
yeah, well, Canada's different though. I don't think though that they can extradite her or anything like that. But who knows? The gang stalking and the stalking and shit is getting to be a big deal here lately. And so you never know. They're making new laws every day about it. So if she keeps, having that warrant out for arrest, they may just come pick her ass up. Who knows? I don't know. I don't even watch her. I don't watch her. She's not my cup of tea. I don't watch her. She came in here. She was making fun of God and telling me I was blaspheming God because I was talking about God. And it's like, no. And then you go look at her avatar, and her avatar is another woman with black wings and stuff who's not even her. It's like a demon angel type of thing, but it's not even her at all. Like it don't even look like her, nothing. It's weird. It's really weird.
So, anything else new in life?
Oh, let's see what else. There was something else that came up and I can't remember now what it was. Everything's great in my life. I mean, my relationship is great, my marriage is great, everything is good for me.
Yeah, my marriage is great too.
To yourself. Oh, something new. My grandson started walking 2 days ago.
That's cool.
Yeah, so he's 10 months old and he took his first steps 2 days ago. Now he's kind of scared. He keeps standing, but he won't walk again. So, but he'll be walking.
He'll walk.
Yeah. So I'm going to see them Saturday because Sophie, and I told my daughter, I said, why didn't you do this? Sophie, I guess, has been crying for me every single night. And my daughter has not called me. And I said, why don't you call me? She goes, I don't want to bother you. I said, bother me? These are my babies. What are you talking about, bother me? And she's like, okay, I'll call you when I get off work today. Because she said that Sophie asked every night, can I talk to Grammy? Can I call Grammy? Can you call Grammy? And I'm like, don't worry, you're never bothering me. You're never bothering mommy. You know, those are my babies. They want to talk to me or they want me to come get them. I'm going to come get them or, you know, talk to them. But Sophie's became my little friend. Like I told you, she's real talkative. She's so much fun. When we went shopping that one day, she kept telling Papa, she's like, Papa, are you not listening to Grammy? Papa, you need to listen to Grammy. Because I would show him something and he'd just like walk on and she'd go, hey, Papa. And he'd turn around and he'd go, what? And she'd go, you didn't listen to Grammy. You need to come back and listen to Grammy and see if you like that shirt or not. It was so cute, STA. It was so cute. And then we were at the sandwich place and I just put the napkin on her lap. And as soon as I did, she picked up the little part of her sandwich and part of it fell down in her lap. And she was like, and I was like, see, that's why Grammy puts that in your lap. Oh, thank goodness, Grammy. Thank goodness. But yeah, she's talking full sentences now. I'm sure yours are too, because they're the same age as her. Your one granddaughter is, right?
No,
The 3-year-old?
Yeah, she talks good.
Yeah.
It's just
She's
Kingston. Kingston's not talking good yet.
nobody said my name. And
Yes, he did.
he says,
Baby.
hi, bye, baby.
Yeah.
Eat.
He says Betty.
He says Betty, which is a big deal that he said my name. That's a big deal. Like, that's a huge deal.
And he says his uncle's name. He says Nana.
So
Says
he calls
Pop.
Nana.
He just doesn't talk in sentence.
I think
And
it's just because you always did everything for him and knew what he wanted all the time that he didn't need to really talk. You know what I mean? But I think within the next couple of months you're going to see a big difference in him.
I hope so.
Because going to school and stuff, like he'll hear the other kids talking. You know,
he goes to daycare.
Huh?
He goes to daycare.
Yeah, so going to his daycare, he'll hear the other kids talking, and then he'll start wanting to talk too. You know, because when one kid does something, that's when most kids want to do something too, is when another kid does it. You know what I mean?
He knows how to dress himself.
Oh, he puts his little clothes on.
Yep.
Oh.
He puts his boots, his shoes, everything.
Oh. I just think he don't talk because you always knew what he needed.
Everything I give him, I tell him. He tries to repeat it. He tries to count, but can't really. You could somewhat understand the words, but he's trying to get it out.
Have you checked to see if maybe he has a little bit of learning?
He has a
disability or ADHD or anything like that, like Cody?
No, he's too young for them to check, they said.
Oh, he's too young? He probably is, because I don't think we found out that Cody was 80. Yeah, Cody was 12 when we found out that he was ADHD. But I knew all along because he couldn't sit still very long. He couldn't stay on task, and his learning was different. You know what I mean?
He doesn't have that problem. You can give him his car set and he'll sit there for hours playing with it.
Then he don't have ADHD.
He loves his cars. He has so many cars.
Oh, so he might just have a speech impediment.
Yeah, he has a speech therapist that comes to the daycare to talk to him. Well, help him talk.
What did she say? What does she think?
Exactly what I'm doing. Everything I give to him, show him, I talk to him. Right. And he repeats it. He says bowl, he says cup, but he doesn't say, can I have a bowl or can I have a cup? He just says bowl. But I try to repeat it to him, try to say it to him, but can't force him.
Right. Well, then they get upset and frustrated. especially when
And
they're young.
when I put the TV on, he knows what to watch and he'll show me.
So he'll point to it.
Yep. He likes Hot Wheels. Anything to do with cars.
Anything to do with cars. Well, at least he's got a thing that he likes, and so you can plainly see that by him liking the cars, right? And then whenever it's time to put something on television, he will point and tell you that he likes that. And then even if it's just one word, he still says it because that's more than what he did last year. Last year he wouldn't even say one word. Remember?
Yep.
Well, he did say mama or nana. Which one was it? Nana or mama?
Both.
Okay, so he said nana, mama, and he said baba. I remember when he said baba.
Yeah, but he doesn't take the bottle anymore. It's all cups.
Yeah, all cups. But he started liking cars when he was real little. Real little.
Yeah.
He
Yep.
was getting cars and he was playing with them because I remember the pictures of him at 6 months old when he's sitting there with a car.
He loves cars and trucks.
Yeah, and remember when you had him playing with those blocks or those one things, or that table thing, the activity table thing, where the beads go down, up and down?
Yeah, he likes those too.
Yeah, he liked that, and that's what he was playing in one of the pictures that I got to see, and I think that was last year. But see, so I know I know he's smart and stuff. I just think maybe since he didn't need to talk because you talked a lot, you got everything for him, like for instance, since you were older, right? You knew when he when he needed a bottle, you knew when his butt needed to be changed, you knew when he needed to eat, and so therefore he didn't need to really ask for anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so some kids, if they're like that, they won't talk.
He likes Miss Rachel too.
Does he call her Rachel? Does he know her name, Miss Rachel?
Well, I think he knows her. He doesn't say it, but I think he knows. When I say, you want to watch Miss Rachel, then I go onto the YouTube and show him a bunch of things and he'll point what he wants. And it's usually Miss Rachel.
Oh, does he
And
pick out his clothes?
No,
No, he doesn't pick them out.
but he knows the minute he gets up, he gets dressed.
He knows.
One time I was just testing him. I got him out of his bed and walked away out towards the living room, and he's screaming at me.
Oh,
And then
put the clothes on.
he's running back to the room, pointing to his clothes.
Oh,
But he knows to get dressed and get changed and everything when he gets out.
yeah, yeah.
He
Change his
knows his
pull up
routine.
and all of that, and get him all ready and stuff. So he knows to do that before he leaves the bedroom.
Right.
So he's got routine down.
Yep.
So that's good. That's good that he does routine.
And when he watches Miss Rachel, he copies what she does.
And he's copying. So see, that's good. That's a very good sign too.
He does the head and shoulders. Oh yeah, he's good at that.
Head, shoulders. That's so cute. So
Yeah, knees and toes, and they do the eyes, the ears, everything. He does it all.
So he points to his nose and his ears and his eyes and his ears and his head, his hair.
He does it all.
So he knows what all of that is.
Right. He's just not talking.
Right. He just made, I mean, what did the speech therapist say? What did she say?
She says to give him time. I mean, how much time do you want?
Well, I mean,
what can we do?
Young. He's only 3. So he's still
2.5.
2. No, is he 2?
2.5.
Yeah, he'll be 3 in August.
Right.
So he's not, let's see, that's still 4 more months away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just 2.5. Yeah, it just means probably he just has a little bit of a speech impediment. But as far as everything else, it seems like he's right on par. Like he's got routine. He knows what he wants when you turn on television. He knows that he puts his clothes on or he gets upset.
He goes to daycare.
he knows he goes to daycare. He also gets upset, you said, if you don't put his clothes on him, because you tested him. So he
Yep.
likes to do it's like he likes to do the routine because he's used to it. So he wants to do the routine.
Yep.
And
And
that's really good.
as soon as he gets up, he gets his food, everything, and he goes into the kitchen and he shows me what he wants because we have a bunch of cereal or whatever
Yeah.
he wants. He shows, but normally it's cereal he'll get.
So he just points like that.
But he doesn't eat the cereal with milk,
He likes it without milk
right? But at daycare he'll eat it with milk.
because the kids are eating it with milk.
That's what I thought.
Yep. He wants to be like the kids. He wants to. That's why I said it. He's came a long way since being at daycare though, because he used to really not talk a lot at all. And he's talking a lot more than he
He
did.
didn't even like daycare in the beginning. He used to fight.
Yeah. And he used to cry.
Yeah, and then now he can't wait to get there.
Yeah. And I asked you, I said, are they mean to him? Because, I worry about that. And he was like, no, they seem really nice. And I was
You
like,
watch
okay.
your child when they go to daycare. You see the way they act when they get home, the way
Yeah.
they act when they get there. At first, he didn't like it. I was watching him, but he's still the same when he comes home. So I don't see any abuse.
Right.
I check him, everything.
I think at first it was just a shock to him, and then being away from you, and his mom and stuff, he didn't probably understand. And
Right.
so, it's just like when my kids started daycare, they were scared too. Well, matter of fact, I started Madison at 3, and she would sit over by herself and she would not interact with the kids. And I was paying like $150 a week. And the lady told me, she called me and she said, Betty, you just need to take her out. She's not ready at all. And she literally just sits there and tears run down her face. And I don't want to see that for her.
My son was paying $1,200 a month for daycare.
Yeah, that's how much it is now. But I'm talking, this was in 2003. You know what I mean? Back when
But he pays half now because the government changed it. Something to do with Trudeau there. But it's supposed to be $10 a day, but that hasn't happened yet.
I know that my granddaughter Serafina, she goes to a school that's $8.75 a month, a private school.
Yeah, but Trudeau, when they brought him back in, God knows why, but he changed the daycare where he put the price down half, but it was supposed to change to $10 a day. That's why everybody voted for him to get in. Well, one of the reasons.
Because people could afford $10 a day, opposed
Right,
to
so it'd be 50
20.
a week.
Yeah.
But it's $36 a day for some daycares.
Man. You should see how much it is a week for an infant. It's $175 to $250 a week for an infant up to 1 year old here in Missouri. Could you
So my
imagine?
son was paying $300 a week for my granddaughter to go to daycare.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Back when
That's
I paid
$1,200 a month, but then Trudeau cut it half down, so it's $600 now.
That was nice
Still a
of him
lot.
to cut it down, I guess, because they never have cut it down. Matter of fact, they keep going higher here. Some people say that they work to pay their babysitter, that they go to work, they pay their babysitter, and they have nothing left. So they're like, why do I even? I can't even go to work, because it's more money to pay for my babysitter. And then you got the gas and everything else. You know what I mean?
Well, here it's different. If you work and you're going, you can get subsidy here. And you can work too, but then you pay like half and subsidy pays half.
Now you can get that here if you're a single mom, you make under $30,000 a year.
I think it's 50 here.
Yeah, see, it's still 30 here. And 30 is what, $10 an hour? Something like that? Is that 30,000 or no?
Probably, but here's $14.75 an hour.
Yeah, see, we're still at 10. We was supposed to be at 18 something an hour. We're still at 10. And it says 7:45 an hour to
That's
start.
because your president doesn't know what day it is.
You're not kidding. All he
Or he
knows is
just walks
ice
off.
cream. All he knows is ice cream, and he craps himself. Sick.
Especially when he's talking about the fires in Hawaii. It was Hawaii, right?
Yeah, it was Hawaii that
And he's
happened.
talking about his fire that happened in his house. Like, what does that have to do with anything? And has his car and his that. Like, that has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's because of the fact that the other day he said that his brother got killed in the war, jumped out of a plane and got killed and got ate by cannibals. So now he's coming out talking about cannibals. The reporter even said, why to the lady that, you know, talks.
Well, you
to
know, if he comes back in, I'm just letting y'all know this. If he comes back in, the election is what, November?
Yes.
If he comes back in, you know, it's fixed.
Honey, we already know it's fixed, but there's no way he's coming back in this time. No way. No way. There's too many people even saying who voted for Biden that is not voting. They're not doing it. They said no.
I don't understand. He should step down and let the vice president take over.
She don't
But
even know
she's a
what
woman.
she's doing. Are you kidding me?
She's a woman, right?
Yeah, but she don't know what she's doing at all. She started out on her back with married men. So
Have you guys ever had a vice president woman?
no.
That's why.
Yeah, no. We had a woman president. I don't know if it was Eisenhower or one of our presidents got sick back in the day, and his wife became president and was taking over everything and made all the rules and stuff. And I had to look that up because everybody said we never had a woman president. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. We already had a woman president. Yep.
But that was only because her husband was sick.
Yeah, her husband was sick and she ran everything, his whole presidency. And he
But
was
nobody voted for her.
Huh?
But nobody voted her in. That's, I think, what people were talking about.
No, the thing is, they don't even know about her because normally the way that they have it now is if the president got sick or something was wrong with the president, that's when the vice president steps in, right? But that's
Right.
not what they
But the
did.
vice president is a woman.
Right now. But what I'm saying is before, that's not what they did. You know what I'm saying? That's not what they did. She said they voted for her to continue being president on his behalf. So they would call her, I think, I'm trying to think of what president it was. Hang on. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. Siri's about worse than anything. Hey, Siri. Hang on. Maybe I need to turn up my microphone. Hey, Siri. Siri. Isn't her name Siri on iPhone? SDA, what is that thing's name? Is it Siri?
Yeah. As far as I know, I don't have it.
On an iPhone?
I think so. I don't know. I don't have it.
Because I think it's Google on an Android. But, hey Siri, can you tell me what the name of the president was that his wife took over while he was sick?
I found this on the web.
Edith Bowling Galt Wilson. Hang on. So was it Edith Bowling Galt Wilson was second wife of the 28th president, Woodrow Wilson, the one that sold our country. Hello. She served as First Lady from 1915 to 1921. After the president suffered a severe stroke, she pre-screened all matters of state, functionally running the executive branch of government for the remainder of Wilson's second term. So when people say we never had a woman president, yes, we did. Yeah, we did. Descendant of Virginia aristocrat. Betty, get your glasses on so that you can read something. Aristocracy. She was born in Whiteyville in 1872, seventh among 11 children of Sally White and Judge William Holcombe Bowling. Until the age of 12, she never left the town. At 15, she went to Martha Washington College to study music, with a second year at a smaller school in Richmond. Isn't this weird? Visiting a married sister in Washington, pretty young Edith met a businessman named Norman Galt. In 1896, they were married. For 12 years, she lived as a contented, though childless, young matron in the capital with vacations abroad. In 1908, her husband died unexpectedly. Surely Edith Galt chose a good manager who operated the family's jewelry firm with financial success. So she had a jewelry firm. By a quirk of fate and a chain of friendships, Miss Galt met the bereaved president, still mourning profoundly for his first wife, a man who depended on feminine companionship. The lonely Wilson took an instant liking to Miss Galt, charming and intelligent and unusually pretty. Why do they write it like this? Unusually pretty. She was unusually pretty, SDA.
That's nice to say.
Admiration changed swiftly to love.
So she was average.
Oh, unusually pretty.
Is that what they're trying to say? She was just average?
I don't know, why would they even put that in there? See why they see how they write weird stuff, and then you're like, that don't, why charming and intelligent and unusually pretty. Number one, it should be charming, comma, where's it at? Where'd I lose it? I lost it. Okay, it should be charming, comma, intelligent, comma, and pretty, not unusually pretty. What's unusually? Unusually means not normally. Admiration changed swiftly to love. In proposing to her, he made a Poignant. What is a poignant? Is that what it is?
I have no idea.
Poignant statement that in this place, time is not measured by weeks or months or years, but by deep human experiences. They were married privately on December 18th, 1915, at her home, and after they returned from a brief honeymoon in Virginia, their happiness made a vivid impression on their friends and White House staff. Wait, so they got married while he was president?
Read that again.
They were married privately on December 18th, 1915, at her home. And after they returned from a brief honeymoon in Virginia, their happiness made a vivid impression on their friends and the White House staff.
Yeah, it sounds like they got married while he was president.
And he was mourning his wife that he had passed away, as
So
she
he
was
got
also
remarried.
as she was also a widow
So they got remarried.
while he was president.
Right.
And then she became president for him. Huh. That's crazy. Now think about this. They were in war. It says, though the new first lady had sound qualifications for the role of hostess, the social aspect of the administration was overshadowed by the war in Europe and abandoned after the United States entered the conflict in 1917. Edith Wilson submerged her own life in her husband's, trying to keep him fit under tremendous strain. She accompanied him to Europe when the Allies conferred on terms of peace. Wilson returned to campaign for Senate approval of the peace treaty and the League of Nations Covenant. His health failed in September 1919. A stroke left him partially paralyzed. His constant attendant, Miss Wilson, took over many routine duties and details of government, but she did not initiate programs or make major decisions. She did not try to control the executive branch. She selected matters for her husband's attention and let everything else go to the heads of departments or remain in abeyance. Her stewardship, she called this, And in my memoir published in 1939, she stated emphatically that her husband's doctors had urged this course upon her. So she didn't even want to do it, but she had to. And she made pretty much most people in the States take care of their own matters. In 1921, the Wilsons retired to a comfortable home in Washington, where he died 3 years later, a highly respected figure in the society of the Capitol. Miss Wilson lived on to ride in President Kennedy's inaugural parade. She died later in 1961 on December 28th, the anniversary of her famous husband's birth. Wow. And she rode with you. Miss Wilson lived on to ride in the President Kennedy's inaugural parade. Did you know that?
Nope.
Well, she rode with him. What did he ride in?
I don't even know what president you're talking about. Wilson.
Wilson and then President Kennedy in 1960, and she died in 1961.
Wilson sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's Woodrow Wilson, the one that said that he's a shamed man because he sold our country. He's the one that signed with the Federal Reserve when they told him we were bankrupt and we wasn't. That type of stuff.
But didn't the next president get it back?
No, we stayed under Federal Reserve up until last year. Now it says U.S. Treasury. What? It did say Federal Reserve for everything. But now we're U.S. Treasury, which is what we should have been to begin with. But yeah, that's when it all started, was Woodrow Wilson. And he even says, I betrayed my company. I betrayed my country. I am the most loneliest man in the world. And I'm going to.
What's his name?
Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, he sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was the one that sold, hang on. He was the one that actually sold our country. Like
What year was he president?
1918, I think I don't remember. I think
Was he the one that had slaves? And then when he would walk in I could be the wrong one. I know there was a president, he had slaves, and when he'd walk in the kitchen, they all had to turn around.
Oh, I never heard of that. That's
Yeah, he was-
horrible.
Yeah, and He took a lot from the people, and people were starving, and he just had everything for himself.
That might be this guy because he put us with the Federal Reserve. I believe this was him. Hang on. Let me see. I want to see if this is him or not. I have, yes, it's him. I
If you
have
saw the picture, I know
unwittingly.
him.
Hold up 1 second, honey. This is Woodrow Wilson, the guy that we just was talking about, right?
Yeah.
This is what happened. Hang on.
I guess people don't like to hear about their presidents.
Yeah, I guess not. He said, I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is controlled by its system of credit, Federal Reserve. Our system of credit is concentrated. The growth of the nation, therefore, and all our activities are in the hands of a few men. Listen to what I'm saying. A few men. A few men. We have come to be one of the worst ruled, one of the most completely controlled and dominated governments in the civilized world. No longer a government by free opinion, no longer a government by conviction and the vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion and duress of a small group of dominant men. He said this in 1912.
Wow.
And what is it that we keep saying? What is it that we keep saying and they keep calling us conspiracy theorists? That we're only controlled by about 6 men in the whole world?
No, this president you're talking about is different. What year did he die? 1923?
Woodrow Wilson is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And
the one I was talking about is a different president.
oh, okay. This one ruined our country, and he said he did. He's the one that sold it to the Federal Reserve. He's the one that started all of that. And that's why he says, I am the most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is controlled by its system of credit, Federal Reserve. Our system of credit is concentrated. Federal Reserve has been confiscated. The growth of the nation, therefore, and all our activities are in the hands of a few men. 6 men. The richest men in the world. The Paysayers, the Rockefellers, the Rothschild, let me think of the other two. The Steins, and there's one more. I can't think of it. There's one more though. And then it says, oh my goodness. We have come to be one of the worst ruled, one of the most completely controlled and dominated governments in the civilized world, meaning in the whole world. We have become the most controlled, no longer a government by free opinion. Remember how we used to be free speech, things like that?
Yep.
No longer a government by conviction, meaning they don't care. Hey, soldier girl, how are you? Hey, how's it going? Shady Spot. And the vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion and duress of a small group of dominant men are the ones that vote for the presidents. Wow.
Check your
Oh,
messaging.
you're talking about
Messenger.
Herbert Hoover.
Yeah, I sent you that. That's the president I was talking about.
Okay, Herbert Hoover. But this
He's the
guy
one that he
is
had
the one that did
slaves,
the
and when they
federal.
walked in the kitchen, they would have to turn around and bend, like turn around and like go down to the counter and bend, and turn around and not look at him.
That's disgusting. But I'll read that. But this saying right here, I'm gonna keep it because this saying right here is telling me everything I've been saying is that we're controlled by a few men in our country worldwide, and that we are the most dominated and the most completely controlled by 6 men in the world. 6 men make the decisions on everything that happens, and the president and everything else.
Wow.
6 men. 6. That's insane.
Learn something new
Soldier
every
girl,
day.
I hope you're doing good, baby. Big hugs and salute to you too. And uh Tommy, you're the shady spot, right? Good morning to you, sweetheart. All right, hang on, I'm going back to that one that you just sent me. Where is it? The one that you sent me. Herbert Hoover. Hey, Siri, can you tell me about Herbert Hoover?
Here's what I found.
Can you read it?
Herbert Clark Hoover was an American.
Can you read it?
A member of the Republican Party, he held office during the onset of the Great Depression. A wealthy mining engineer before his presidency, Hoover led the Wartime Commission for Relief in Belgium, served as the director of the U.S. Food Administration, and served as the U.S. Secretary of Commerce.
Can you tell me, Siri, can you tell me whether Herbert Hoover was chosen as president?
Here's what I found.
Can you read it to me?
I found this on the web.
Can you read it to me?
I found this on the web.
I know, but I can't read. Siri, can you tell me if Herbert Hoover made his slaves turn around and not look at him when he walked into a room in his house,
It was his kitchen staff.
his kitchen staff?
Here's what I found.
I'm waiting. Starts out with George Washington. And it says nothing about him.
Yeah. That's how much they like him.
Right. They don't like Herbert Hoover at all. Hang on. Let me see if I can find something about Herbert. Herbert Hoover. Did he teach his,
According to Wikipedia, Herbert Clark Hoover was an American politician and humanitarian who served as the 31st President of the United States from 1929 to 1933.
Okay, Google, can you tell me, can you look up if Herbert Hoover made his kitchen staff turn their backs to him? It's not showing me nothing. Just talking about his presidency. And talking about food as a weapon from Russia. How did Herbert Hoover treat his staff that was colored? Herbert Hoover and the issue of race. Hoover formed the Colored Advisory Commission led by Moten and staffed by prominent African Americans to investigate the allegations of abuses in the flood. Actually, he didn't do nothing. It says Hoover ordered the two offices be broken up. The employees retained their same job, but were given something else.
The staff were never allowed to lay their eyes on him.
His hair turned white and he lost 25 pounds. I don't know what all this is. Is that what it says?
Yeah, they were never allowed to look at him or anything. They had to turn around if he walked in the kitchen or wherever he was and they were there, they had to turn around.
That's what I'm trying to ask. Did Herbert Hoover's staff have to turn around and not look at him in the eyes? That's what they say Clinton did. Staff should have been invisible. Demanded that they be invisible.
Yeah.
Okay, so they had to be invisible.
So when he'd walk in the
Never lay
kitchen,
eyes on him. Okay, here it is. Here it is. I got it. I want to read about it right now. All right. Now you tell me yours first.
oh, go ahead.
What you was going to say. No, tell me what you was going to say first.
I just know, like, if he was to walk in the kitchen, they'd have to turn around, bend down, and not look at him.
So they couldn't
So
look
if
at
you
him.
hear him coming, you'd have to bend down, look down. You could not look at him.
This was
Like
the
he's
31st
done.
president, right? The 31st
36.
president.
36.
36.
Yeah.
Okay. Herbert Hoover, who must have been a real diva, insisted that his staff never lay eyes on him around the White House, and he didn't want to see them either. Reader's Digest reports this led to the staff playing an elaborate game of hide and no seek. According to White House journalist Kenneth Wash, staffers would pile into closets and hide behind bushes so the president couldn't see them.
That too.
Wow.
Oh, bees in hell.
Yeah. And that was the president of our United States of America. Nice.
Yeah.
Sick.
He's an idiot. I mean, these people are feeding him. They could have poisoned him.
Oh, yes. Give me just one moment, baby. I gotta go pee. Oh, you want to see my cute shorts? And look, I can button them now. Used to, when I got them last year, I had two buttons opened on each side. Now I can
Cool.
button them. Aren't they cute? Be right back. I gotta go pee real quick. My freaking soap sprayed me in my soap was thin as it came out because I just put new soap in my bottle to wash my hands. And it came out and it like squirted right here on my face. My soap did when I went to do my hand because it's so liquidy. It was that stuff from Goose Creek or whatever. and it's like supposed to be a foam soap, and I took it out of that thing that it was in, and I put it in my other thing, and I think I probably shouldn't have, because now it just squirts out at me. Anything else we need to learn today about our presidents? Because wow. Wow.
You didn't know that about him?
You knew about him. I didn't even know about him.
And well, I did history in school.
Yeah, but they
I know more about the U.S. than I did in my own country.
They didn't teach us about Canada. We didn't get nothing about Canada. I barely even knew Canada existed, to be honest. I don't even remember how I learned that Canada existed, because it wasn't from school. We never talked about anything from Canada. I couldn't tell you what any of the only reason I know the president is because of the, watching him talk to Trump and stuff like that when I paid attention. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that Trudeau was your president.
I don't know the president's names, but there was, remember, we talked about that one last year, I believe. The one that sold the chess game. He made a bet with it in the White House, and he had to give it on a gambling debt. Hit a gambling issue. So he sold a lot of stuff in the White House. I mean, gave it away.
Wait, this was one of our presidents?
Yep. It was a chess game, paintings and stuff, because he had a gambling problem. So he was only president, I believe, for 2 years, and he died. He died in the White House.
Oh, gosh.
I think you guys had 4 presidents that died in the White House.
Then what did the presidents feel like being in the White House? I would be creeped out.
This president, he just came in. I think he only did 2 years.
Yeah, but I mean, the new ones that come in, I'm sure some of those are still lingering. Because being in the White House is a big deal. You're over everybody, right? You got the most control ever, right? Right? Because you're head commander in chief, right? So you think that those people aren't haunting that place?
Well, after what the last guy did, he sold it, right?
But it's still like the White House is still the White House.
Owns. You said 6 men own it, right?
Own our country. There's only about 2. There's only about 3 now, because 3 of them have died this year. That may be why it doesn't say Federal Reserve on our stuff anymore.
See, they're not showing the picture of him. See, I only know it by the pictures. Like I said, I'm bad with names.
Who are we going to look up now? I love doing research with you and history.
I'm trying to find the president, the one that had the gambling addiction.
Oh, the gambling addiction. Okay, hang on. I'll try.
I just have to read that.
Hey, Siri. What president in the United States had a gambling addiction where he sold things out of the White House?
I found this on the web.
Trump's personal aide apparently lost White House. No. Hey, Siri. What older president had a gambling addiction?
I found this on the web.
God.
I found him.
Okay, who is it?
I just can't pronounce his name.
What's his last name? What's his last name?
I'm going to send it to you.
Last name is a surname, family name, or Gentile name. It is the
Hey, Siri, can you look up President Harding?
Here's some information.
Warren G. Harding, this is who I saw just a while ago, was an American politician who served as the 29th president of the United States from 1921 until his death in 1923. Now, what was it that he done?
So he did 3 years. Or was that 2?
Oh, he did 2, baby. He did 2, because 1921 to 1923, he did 2.
Oh, I thought you said 20.
No, 2. He's a 29th president.
So he did 2 years because he died.
Number of scandals were exposed, including Teapot Dome, as well as an extramarital affair with Nan Britton, which tarnished his reputation. Harding lived in rural Ohio all his life, except when political service took him elsewhere. So he had a number of scandals that were exposed. After his death, a number of scandals were exposed, but not before.
Well, yeah, it was after, but he had a gambling addiction.
Hey Siri, can you look up Warren G. Harding, the president's gambling addiction?
Here's what I found.
That's the scandals. It's saying that's the scandals.
Not what I heard. I heard he had gambling
No,
addiction.
that's what they're calling it, babe. I'm
And
saying
he
that it's
Oh,
you're
yeah.
right, but that's what they're calling it. They're calling it a different name. They're calling it a scandal, right? Instead of him being a gambler. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so now they're talking about hush money to mistresses. Hush money to mistresses, secret payments for an out of wedlock child, and far reaching corruption tainted the 29th president's legacy. So he had a mistress, he had a child, and he had payments, and it ruined him.
And FDR, you know him, right? FDR?
It says that's what it says, tarnished his stuff. I don't know anything about this man. Forbes, I don't know who Forbes is. Charles Forbes, head of newly established Veterans Bureau, was accused of accepting kickbacks from contractors building veterans hospitals and illegally selling surplus medical supplies. Forbes resigned in February 1923 after an irate Harding reportedly grabbed him by the throat when he learned about the charges. The president grabbed Charles Forbes by the throat. A Senate investigation in 1924 found that Forbes and his associates stole more than 200 million, nearly 2.8 billion in current dollars from the Bureau. What the actual? From the Veterans Bureau. Oh, they're wondering where $2.8 billion went? Here we go. The following year, Forbes was sentenced to 2 years in prison by fraud, conspiracy, and bribery. 2 years. 2 years for $2.8 billion worth of
I think what you're
veteran
saying it
funds.
was. Is that what it was? Is that what the money was back then? So what would that money be today?
No, the money back then was 200 million. It would be 2.8 billion. That's why I'm saying 2.8 billion. Because that's what they said it is today, 2.8 billion. So he stole 2.8 billion out of the Veterans Fund.
Yeah. But he had a gambling addiction problem. That's probably where it went.
Well, this is the guy Forbes.
Oh.
He was the head of the establishment of the Veterans Bureau. He was over the Veterans Bureau, and when this president here found out about it, he grabbed him by the throat. He grabbed him by the throat when he learned about the charges, and he resigned in 1923 after an irate Harding reportedly grabbed him by the throat when he learned about the charges. So he was over the Veterans Bureau, right? And then it came out that he stole $2.8 billion of the veterans' money. And so Harding was irate, the president at the time, and he choked him. He grabbed him by the throat and probably beat the shit out of him. I don't know. Grabbed him by the throat, it says.
So you know who, who FDR is, right?
FDR.
He did 3 terms. He was president 3 times.
Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Franklin.
Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yes.
Yeah. But wasn't he Franklin Teddy Roosevelt?
F. Franklin D.
Yeah, I know,
Just
but didn't he
put
go by Teddy
FDR.
Roosevelt? That's where
Just
the
put
teddy bears
FDR.
came
You'll
from.
know him. Put FDR.
Huh?
Put FDR. You'll know him.
Yeah, I
He
know
was
who he
married,
is.
and his wife was gay, and he had an affair with another lady, while he was married, and she was 44, I believe, when she died.
You know what we need to start doing? Every other night, we need to go live and tell about all of this shit about the presidents. all the bad shit. Let's do it, SDA.
His wife was gay, and he knew about it, and he blackmailed her, so she had to stay with him no matter what. She wrote books and everything too when he died. He died in the White House.
Who's this name? What president?
FDR,
Oh, Franklin Roosevelt.
right? He had an affair with a woman, and she died very young. But he had her living with him and his wife in the White
Okay,
House.
but what? Okay, so I think I heard about that, but wasn't he the one that had the teddy bears made after him?
That I don't know. Never heard of it.
So let's see. What do we need to do? See if he had any scandals, because that's what they called it back then.
Oh, he had a lot. He was president for three terms.
Three
He's the only
terms.
president. Yeah, he's the only president ever that had 3 terms. Now it's only 2.
Long after Roosevelt's death, new lines of attack opened to criticize his policies regarding helping the Jews of Europe, incarcerating Japanese Americans on the West Coast in concentration camps, and opposing anti-launching legislation. Okay. What did Franklin do? What happened during his pregnancy? Blah, blah, blah. The Supreme Court promptly ruled that many of his initiatives were unconstitutional. Ooh, something happened. Here's a controversy. One of America's most reverend presidents, Roosevelt, also had his share of missteps, from trying to pack the Supreme Court. How many times they talk about pack the Supreme Court? All the time. Pack the Supreme Court to incarcerating Japanese Americans. It's crazy. Historians routinely rank Franklin Delano Roosevelt as one of the most influential and successful of all American presidents. But his 12-year period in the White House from 1933 to 1945 also had its share of controversy. His record-breaking 4 terms in office coincided with some of the most significant events in the 20th century history, as he steered the country through both the Great Depression and World War II, facing grave threats to capitalism and democracy. FDR helped preserve both. The world we live in today is Franklin Roosevelt's world, wrote the late historian, author M. Schlesinger Jr. in a profile of the 32nd president he penned in 1998. Well, you know what? I believe it, because they said 6 men control us. And this was pretty much one of his things. But like all presidents, FDR courted criticism both from what he did and what he failed to do. Even his signature New Deal initiative, which helped jumpstart the U.S. economy and provide vulnerable Americans with a safety net, drew fire. While supporters hailed it as a visionary new approach to governing, critics contended that it set a dangerous precedent for expanding the federal government's role in the economy and society. Scholars and analysts continue to bicker over his legacy, with the most persistent criticism concentrated in a few key areas. His court packing. He wanted to pack the courts, including record 25% unemployment. He rolled out new banking and security laws, created dozens of new government agencies, set up relief programs, and sought to rein in free market capitalism with centralized industry-wide rule making. So he made it even worse for us. Nice. The Supreme Court promptly ruled that many of his initiatives were unconstitutional, including the National Industrial Recovery Act, which sought to impose standards and eliminate unfair labor and trade practices. Eliminate it. And irate FDR spoke out against what he dubbed the horse and buggy mentality of many of the justices, most of whom had been born before 1880. Immediately following his landslide re-election in 1936, the president devised a potential workaround. He asked Congress for permission to appoint a new justice to the court for each one who hadn't retired by the age of 70. But we have Supreme Court judges until they die. That would have effectively expanded the court to 15 members. A bitter congressional battle followed. After the sudden death of the president's Senate ally, Joe Robinson of Arkansas, Congress defeated the court packing measure. Still, during his long tenure, FDR had the chance to name 8 new Supreme Court justices, laying the groundwork for a different judicial environment. So, how many do we have now of Supreme Court? Is it 8?
Pardon, I was talking to my daughter.
How many Supreme Court justices do we have? 8?
I don't know.
He wanted 15. And he
That's
wanted
FDR?
to replace each one of them. He wanted 15 members, and he wanted to replace each one of them that had not retired by age 70.
That was
He also-
FDR?
Yeah, and he also had an anti-launching. An anti-launching is proposed a federal bill that would hold law officers responsible if their negligence contributed to a launching. FDR wouldn't support the bill. While he was no racist, he entertained black visitors in the White House and had black advisors. He didn't want to spend his political capital fighting Southern Dixiecrats over proposed legislation. If I come out for the anti-launching bill now, the president told an official of the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, they will block every bill I ask Congress to pass to keep America from collapsing. I just can't take the risk. And while the president's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt, stepped into the breach and became a vocal opponent of institutional racism, and the anti-launching bill collapsed. So was that against racism or something? And he said he couldn't do it?
Don't know. I was just talking about the affairs and all that stuff he did.
What bears? Oh, the affairs?
Yeah, his lover. He had her in the White House. He had her in the same car with his wife. They all knew about each other.
See,
But she died. She had something. She died of something. She was like 44 when she died. He had
wow.
other affairs too. He had other children. And his wife was gay and he knew it. And she had her love affairs and he knew about it.
Well, find that and read that to me, because I can't find it. This is all it's saying about his little scandals.
That's in the book. I have no idea where my book is. And if I did, I wouldn't even know what page that would be on.
Okay, let me try. Did FDA have his wife and his mistress live in the White House with him?
FDR.
FDR. It's saying they know which one I'm talking about. It says Did FDR have his wife and his mistress live in the White House with him?
But you see, nobody knew about it till after.
Well, he married his cousin.
Yeah. That's right. You have to know about that.
This is Teddy. This is how are they related? Two distantly related branches of the family from Oyster Bay and Hyde Park, New York, rose to global political prominence with the presidencies of Theodore Roosevelt. He's the one with the teddy bears. 1901, 1909, and his fifth cousin Franklin D. Roosevelt, 1933 and 1945. Notice how it stays in the family.
Yeah.
Whose wife, First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, was Theodore's niece. They were cousins. Okay, so I'm trying to look and see. Here we go. Lucy Mercer Rutherford was an American woman who sustained a long affair with U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt.
But when did she die?
July 30th, 1948.
And when was she born?
1891.
That's the one that died young, right?
No, she didn't die young. Listen, April 26, 1891 to July 31st, 1948.
No, that's not. That's one of them, but that's not the one I'm talking about. It's the one that she was in her 40s.
Well, she would have been. So it says she had a long affair.
What year was she born? 19 what? 18?
Lucy Page Mercer. He had two different affairs, it looks like, because at first it's saying Mercer Rutherford. Oh, okay. She was born 1915. She died July 31st, 1948, age 57.
Right. See, that's not her.
She was a dress store worker secretary. Relationship with Franklin D. Roosevelt. Spouse was Winthrop Rutherford, 1920, and he died in 1944. He died 4 years before she died.
Right, but there was another lady that he had an affair with that died in her 40s, and it was before he died.
Who is it?
I can't remember her name. I just know it. She's the one that he would bring to the White House. He would have her in the car with his wife. The wife knew about her.
That's what this one is saying, that she was the girlfriend.
But the other one that he had an affair with, she was in her 40s when she died, not her 50s. And she died before him.
See if you can find it on yours, on your computer, while I'm looking.
I read it in my book.
Well, get your book, woman.
You know how big ass that book is? That's the FBI. What's his name? Jay Hoover.
Good. Get it. That's what we need. J. Edward Hooker.
Yeah. He talks about, that's where I mostly learn about the presidents. Well, he blackmailed 7 presidents.
Let's get into this because we need to do this because this is fun. I like learning about my presidents I didn't know I had, and I like learning about all their scandals. Scandalous men.
Well, the head guy of the FBI blackmailed 7 presidents.
Which guy was this? What was his name?
Jay Hoover.
Who?
The FBI head guy, Jay Hoover.
Jay Hoover was his name?
Edgar, I believe. Oh,
J. Edgar.
Yeah.
I heard about him. Isn't he a president?
No, he was the head of the FBI.
J. Edgar was the
head
of the FBI that blackmailed which presidents?
7 of them.
But who?
Well, FDR was one. John F. K. I don't know. He came. I think he came in 1920.
Nixon.
Probably. No, I think. When was
So it would have been
Nixon?
Wilson. It would have been Wilson. These other two we just looked up. Harry.
When was Nixon president?
Roosevelt. Shoot. The ones we just went over. Okay, I need to find that one.
He died in 1964. So, no, this is the wrong one. My bad. Nice stupid phone.
Get your book. Get your book. It's got all the dirty secrets.
I know, but I don't know where I put it. And if it's in the storage room, I'll be here next week.
Dang it, we need it now.
He died in 1972. So when was Nixon president? 70s, right? 71?
Yes, in the 70s.
Yeah, any president, he was the longest person in office, 49 years, I believe he did, the FBI. So yeah, he blackmailed Nixon, John F. K., FDR, and whoever else between there.
Wow. But why did he blackmail him? What for? Like blackmailing him for money? For him to be able to keep doing for what? He was the FBI. They're the commander.
Blackmailed him for everything, but mostly is to keep his job.
Because them being the commander in chief, they're the commander.
Still FBI when he died, because he didn't want to lose his job. A lot of it had to do with that. He blackmailed Hollywood stars, everybody. He went to the YouTube. I'll be okay.
He went to
What do you call it? Studio. He went to the party place. YouTube. I keep calling it YouTube. Oh my God. Studio 54.
Yes.
He blackmailed 90% of all Hollywood stars. Marilyn Monroe, you name them. Yep. He was gay. He had his lover, and as soon as he hired him, they became partners, and he lived with him. He was never married, never had kids. And he was the first one to, invent the, he did a lot of things. Public Enemy #1. He's the one that made that up.
Who is this?
FBI.
This FBI guy did all this?
Yep. He was FBI for 49 years.
Wow.
He died when he was 75.
75. And he did all of this.
Oh yeah, he did a lot more than what I'm talking about. I get into other things, but I don't think YouTube will allow it. So,
well, you have you have to go around the words, babe.
Well, I don't know how to go around. He liked little ones.
Oh,
teenagers. He liked teenagers.
Girls or boys? Which one?
Boys.
That's where that thing comes from. You know what I'm talking about, right? That Napa, whatever, I can't say the word, but you know what I'm talking about, right? How all of them are in that club. They're in that club and little boy lovers.
Clubs, I don't know, but
I've talked about it many times. I can't say the word. Mambo.
He would be at, there's different times. This is early 1900s. That'd be different. That would be after him.
Right. But you know what I'm talking about.
I think so. But he wasn't around when that was happening.
I'm talking about he had to have been because he was part of it. Right. It started back then. Long time ago. Numblet.
Well, I don't know when it started, but
I'm telling you right now, Numblet.
I don't know what that is.
It's an organization. Hold on.
He could have.
Can you tell me what Numblet organization means?
As a noun,
I didn't say number. I said numbla.
as a noun, number means an arithmetical value.
I didn't say. I said
As a,
nuba.
as a noun, number means
No, see, nuba, bla, numbla.
I found this on the web.
Nope. See, they won't pull it up. Anyways, it's something like that. You know what I'm talking about? And it's men who like little ones, and that's what club they belong to.
He didn't really go to clubs. They would just get them, or they would arrest.
Listen, it's a sick thing. It's not a club. It's a sick
I'm trying
thing.
to tell you what I know. I don't know if he was a part of that. I just know that he would get them. His partner would get them in, arrest them, and then he would take them home, or they would go to motels and stuff, or
Ugh.
to Club 54. I mean, Studio 54.
And they would be afraid because he's the FBI.
Right. And they were like 14, 15, 16, 17.
Well, it's part of that. It could have been
Even,
branched off
even
from
the
that.
other
but
Hollywood stars would talk about it too. They said that's what he liked.
That's just sick. These people.
But his partner worked with him.
Okay,
That the
so
one who lived with him, he died.
I went back to the FDR, right? Franklin D. Roosevelt. And it says that the only thing that he had, the only mistress that he had is that one that I read to you. And I went back all through the thing a while ago. That's the only one that he has. So is she the one that did all that?
I'll find my book.
Is she the
But
one
I have
that
to
did
look
all
for it.
that?
No, I don't know what he blackmailed FDR on, but it was mostly blackmail presidents to keep his job.
No, I know
So
that,
he'd
but I
find
mean, I'm
dirt on
saying,
them and say, do this, do that, and then he'd keep his job.
yeah, no, Lucy Mercer Rutherford is the one that they're saying that Franklin had an affair with, and
He had
that
many.
the wife knew.
Yeah, but he
And-
had another one too, but she died young. So maybe he dated her after.
But they only want to put this one on here. That's it. They won't put no other woman on here.
She got an illness and that's why she died.
Now, what about Margaret Missy Lehan, FDR's right-hand woman?
I don't know much about her. I just know
Oh, that's
more about
something
the other
else.
one.
That's something else. FDR library, they were known.
But the one he had an affair with, his wife liked her. Not like that, but she liked her as a friend. And she accepted her and everything. But then she died. She got sick and she died. She was like 44, 43 or something.
Why aren't they talking about it?
Because it was
At
hush
all.
hush.
Because they're talking about that woman, that other woman. Susie Quinn.
I don't remember her name.
It says, was Eleanor Roosevelt a lesbian? Susie Quinn, I can tell you a little bit about how I came to the conclusion that she did have a love affair with a woman.
Yeah, she had a love affair. He knew that. That's why he was allowed to have other women.
Ambrose, which may or may not be the first major gay rom-com, working on another big first, opening the first major LGBTQ history museum. As part of the job, he spends much of his film discussing whether various historical figures were gay. What the hell is this? It depends who you ask and what you really mean by gay. Those of us who haven't been watching the First Lady on Showtime, which is a lot of us, may be surprised to hear Eleanor Roosevelt among these names. In fact, at one point, the movie refers to her as outright as lesbian First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. she was. In order to get some answers, Slate spoke to Susan Quinn, author of Eleanor and Hick, The Love Affair That Shaped the First Lady. This interview has been condensed and edited for clarity. Susan Quinn, I can tell you a little bit about how I came to the conclusion that she did have a love affair, a very important love affair with Lorna Hickok. Lorna Hickok was very unusual for her time. What is this unusual bullshit? She was a woman journalist who managed to get herself off the woman's page and to cover major stories of her time, including Lindbergh kidnapping and various financial scandals and disasters, the kinds of things that mainstream reporters report. She was a reporter for the Associated Press and doing very well when she was assigned to cover Eleanor Roosevelt. And she didn't really want to do the Eleanor Roosevelt beat because she was afraid it was going to throw her back onto the woman's page. Because in the past, presidential wives usually were confined to the woman's page. But then she was able to spend some time with her, and she was immediately struck with how different Eleanor Roosevelt was from First Lady of the past. And she wrote to her boss and said, she's a person. Eleanor and Franklin Roosevelt had essentially agreed to have a loveless marriage, a kind of partnership. What happened early on when she was pregnant with one of the children was that Franklin had an affair with her social secretary, and she discovered the love letters between him and this social secretary, and it hurt her so deeply that she really couldn't forgive him. And they thought about divorce, which would have ended his political career. They decided to just have a relationship that was not romantic and to stick together. He vowed never to see this social secretary again, but then went on to continue seeing her off and on for the rest of his life. And she did not want to go to Washington and be the first lady because she was going to have to stand next to him and pretend to be a happily married woman, but she wasn't. And that was when Lauren Hickok came into her life. For the first few years after they met, she wanted Lauren Hickok, who called Hick, to be with her all the time, and found a way for Hick to leave her job at the AP and to come and live in the White House, which she did. She lived in one of the servants' valet bedrooms, not far from where Eleanor lived on her side of the White House. And the two of them, when they were in Washington together, were extremely close and confided about everything. A lot of the time, Lorena Hickok was traveling because she got a job reporting on what was happening with the Roosevelt's programs all over the country. Eleanor and Lorena Hickok exchanged over 3,000 letters during these years. This is the person you were talking about, because it said she lived with her in the White House. That's her.
Can't be. Then it has to be another one because she died.
Well, hang on. It's not done yet. It's just talking about it. We're going into it right now. And she was a journalist. Both sides of the correspondence are at the Roosevelt Library in Hyde Park. That was what my book is based on, is the 3,000 letters. And they are full of, particularly in the first two, maybe 3 years, longing and affection and needing each other, wanting to be with each other. Sometimes they wrote twice a day. There's no doubt that it was a very important relationship to both of them. Of course, none of this could be openly talked about. So at the time, people knew and didn't know, but it was understood and accepted. I know it was a love affair, whether it was physical or not. I think it was. Lorena Hickok knew that she loved women and had a number of other intense relationships with women. And I think she probably was one who led the way. Eleanor definitely had other relationships with men as well. But I think this relationship was unique and important in Eleanor Roosevelt's life and Lorena Hickok's life. Well, I think it's certainly more known than it used to be, partly because of my book. And then there's a major biography by Blanche Weisencook, who pretty strongly takes the point of view that they had a physical love relationship. It's certainly out there now, much more than it used to be. When these letters were first opened to the public, the first person to read them was so shocked by them that she wanted the librarians at the Roosevelt Library to shut the archive altogether, shut it down. Unfortunately, they didn't. In the beginning, it seemed extremely shocking that this elegant First Lady could have possibly had a love affair with a woman. But now I think we're more comfortable with that idea. Well, there was no community identified as LGBTQ, any of those categories. It was just not talked about. No one was talking about lesbians, except maybe in a few very kind or far out circles in Greenwich Village and such places. So that didn't come up. But I do think that they helped each other to be more tolerant and accept things. Hick was writing about the South, about the condition of the blacks in New Deal programs. She had grown up in the North Dakota and all white surroundings, working class, where there was a lot of racism. So Eleanor, I think, helped her with some of the racist attitudes. And certainly Eleanor had some sort of upper class attitudes about Jews of a certain kind. The Eastern European Jews, working class or improvised, and she became much more accepting. Eleanor changed a lot over her lifetime. She had been raised to be a debutante in an upper class family, as she left all of that behind and became a person who is an advocate for equal rights for everybody. On that level, they changed and helped each other. And it says, no one in her lifetime labeled her as a lesbian, bisexual, or anything else beyond being a female. That was the kind that was kind of about all you could say, at least in public. Once in a while something would come up in the press about Hick being kind of I don't know, a big battle X, that kind of thing, but which is code in a way probably for lesbians. If anybody thought she was a lesbian, they couldn't imagine that she would also like men as Eleanor did. The idea of being bisexual, that would be way beyond what people could imagine or talk about. Imagine that back then it was like people didn't talk about it. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I think this love affair was important to her and influenced who she was and became, and Hick was very important advisor to her. It was a relationship that mattered a lot. And I think it was love relationship. I think it would be just fine to have her in the museum. But you'd have to also say that she was bisexual. She did have flirtations that were probably physical with other men besides her husband, and she liked men. We would now say that she was bisexual. She would be very confused, being a very tolerant person, which she truly was, and open to new experiences. She would probably enjoy going to a museum where she was portrayed as a bisexual, but it would definitely be a very new experience for Eleanor Roosevelt. And that's the end of it. It doesn't say she died or anything, but I'm assuming that has to be the one because she lived with her, was in love with her. You know what I mean?
That's not her.
And
I have to find the book because I'm not searching and I put in love affairs, how many girlfriends he had. God
Look,
damn, man.
it's
They're not
showing her.
showing her.
It's showing her
This
setting beside
woman,
her.
I know
Look,
that's not her. I
it's
know
not.
that's not her. No. This woman was very young, very pretty, long brown hair. Like she almost looks the same as her, but she was younger and she died before he died. She lived after the president died. That's not her.
What
Like
do
I
you
said, he
think?
had many.
What do you? What he had many wives, or she
Okay,
had many?
okay. I'm getting confused here. Okay, see, that's the one that he had the affair and his wife liked, but the other one she was very jealous of. That's right. She abandoned him from seeing her, but he kept seeing her.
Yes, and then he saw her till he died, is what it
No,
said.
the one I'm talking about.
Oh,
The one that died before he died. She died. She got an illness, got very sick. And she died in her 40s, but she didn't like her. That was right. And she got very jealous of that first one he was with. And she abandoned him from seeing her, but he kept seeing her. But then she died. And then he got an affair with this one, if I'm correct. Because he had many. Like she was they weren't the only two. He had more.
Well, it's saying that that she did have a lesbian relationship, and it's this lady and then another lady. So I'm assuming there's probably a few more.
Right, but the one that she was very jealous of the other one, probably because she was pretty. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, but she was a lesbian, so why didn't I don't? But she didn't like her.
Because her
Well, I
husband
guess,
was crazy about her.
yeah, I guess you're not gonna like everybody. I guess, yeah.
But she died very young. I can't even remember the illness she got. But it broke him when she died.
Sure, she wasn't offed, because this woman sounds
No,
pretty powerful.
no, she got an illness. Like one of the, like I forget what the illness was, so I can't even say that. She just got very sick.
Pneumonia,
Just
something like
something
that.
like that. Yeah. But they couldn't help you back then.
Yeah. Okay, so
Just
what's
something
more
like that.
scandals? All right, so we know now that Eleanor was a lesbian, bisexual,
I
and
would do that.
we know that Franklin was a whore.
And that's what the FBI was blackmailing him with too.
That she was bisexual.
Yeah, because back then you couldn't have that. Like 90% of all stars back then were gay. They just weren't allowed to tell you.
Yeah,
Couldn't come up with it. They got married to people they didn't even want to marry,
right.
but they
Like
had
Brock
to
Hudson.
cover it up.
Brock Hudson was gay. He died of AIDS.
Right. But he had to marry his wife, and even his wife said she caught him
Mm.
with the 1-4
Was
boy.
who?
The one you were just talking about, his wife caught him with boys.
FDR?
No, the one you just mentioned.
Eleanor?
What was his name? That Hollywood star you just said? The one that was gay and he died of
Brock
AIDS.
Hudson?
Rock, yeah. She caught him with boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she knew he was gay. When she caught him, she left. That's what broke them up. But then he had, affairs with other people, blah, blah, blah. Died of AIDS. Like there's so
Yeah,
many of them that were
he
gay,
ended up
lesbian.
doing those X-rated videos.
Marilyn Monroe was gay, but she said she wasn't really into women. She liked her men. But she had to do stuff because that was part of Hollywood.
Oh, so they make you do it even if you don't want to?
That's right. Studio 54.
Gotcha. I know. I know what you're talking about.
I think Hollywood's just about sex.
It is. It's a sex cult. It's that thing that guy was talking about that was a Satanist, and he said the one he was in was all sex pretty much, which is
So
the evilest one. That's why there's so much going on with, that's why he said it entertains the children,
I'll
That's
tell you
why.
who is gay, but everybody gets mad when I say it. But hey, I can't help you if he's
Who?
gay. Like, I mean, he's dead now, but everybody, no, he wasn't. Yeah, but he was gay.
Who?
Elvis. He had his partner with him in the car too, Adam. I believe his name was Adam. He always
I would
sat in the
believe
car
that.
with them.
I would
Even the
believe that.
FBI said it was weird. Why would a grown ass man be sitting right beside him in the car and not at the other end of the car, like where the window is? He always thought it was weird, and he kept watching and following him and got people to watch. Yep. Even the news reporter, like he went to Germany, Elvis, and he was in a gay bar.
I believe it.
But people, oh no, not Elvis. He wasn't gay. He was gay. He was both, like women. He said too to the journalist, I slept over 1,000 women. I get bored. I'm like, 1,000 women?
But
Wow.
see, not only that, that's one of the things they have to do. So he was probably in that cult of the,
No, he said that he got bored of sleeping with women. He slept over 1,000. So he wanted to try men out.
oh, I'm bored. Here I go.
You think 1,000 women? That's a lot.
That's a lot of women, a lot of bodies. He's surprised he didn't get no disease.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a lot of kids.
They
He
didn't.
only had
Yeah,
one. That don't make
I
sense.
know. How did he only have one and he didn't use no condoms? I think they
Right?
said there was a love child somewhere though, a long
There
time
was
ago.
one.
There was a
Yeah,
love
that's
child.
familiar.
He was paying for it too, and it showed checks coming from him. His
Yeah, that
estate.
sounds familiar.
Yeah, his estate. And that really came out. But nobody wanted to believe it, but he does have a love child. Or not a love child,
Even
but
even
an
who? Yeah,
out of love child. You know what I'm saying? Like
next one. Yeah, out of the marriage. Yeah.
yeah, out of the marriage, but uh and that they would even though he's dead, the Presley thing, like Lisa, would send the payments and then gave the sister, I think it's a girl, gave the sister money as well.
Well, she could come out now. I mean, Lisa's dead, right? God rest her soul.
Yeah, which is sad because she had just had surgery done, to try to make herself look better. She had plastic surgery, and then they say that she got back on the drugs because of that plastic surgery and that it put her back on the drugs.
When
And
she
then
was
she had
at
a
the
heart attack.
awards, because now that if you look at the awards, her being there that night, she wasn't feeling well. And
She
she
was
kept
messed
hanging
up.
on to the guy that was with her. I don't know his name,
She
but
was
she kept
messed up.
hanging on to him.
Yeah, she was messed up. She was messed up from the pills because see, she had just got done having some surgery done that was a secret, and they put her back on the pills, which then made her relapse, and she started really taking the pills. And it even says in her autopsy she died of an overdose with a heart attack from
Yeah, but
the.
I'm just saying at the awards that night, she was hanging on to her friend, telling him she
Yeah,
didn't
she was
feel well,
messed
but
up,
she looked,
baby.
but you couldn't tell. But she
Oh,
was
I
hanging
could
on
tell.
to him the whole night.
I could tell because she was hanging on to him.
Yeah,
She
the
was,
whole
and,
night.
and when she turned around, she goes, "What? You wanted to talk to me?" And I mean, she was messed up. Like
He
she
should
was
have took
messed
her
up.
home when she said she wasn't feeling well. She should have took her to the hospital.
Should have, yeah. Just really crazy. But I didn't know that she had a drug problem. I never heard that in the tabloids. Because when I used to you know, watch the tabloids, when I was younger, before we had
She
all this
talked
gossip
about
stuff.
that she had a drug problem.
I
Pills and
never knew
stuff.
she did, but she did. She had a drug problem.
I knew she did because she talked about it.
I don't remember I guess I never got to see the interviews. I'm assuming.
Got it.
That's why I didn't know. So when she died, somebody was like, "Well, Betty, she's had a drug problem off and on all
Yeah,
these
for years.
years." And I'm like, and what I think happened is that I think this time she actually might have got a hold of the fentanyl, which caused the heart attack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that'll kill you just like that and give you the heart attack. It shows the same thing as heart attack. It's just it's in your system.
That's
It's
true.
weird. That stops your heart. So it's like a heart attack, but I hope she didn't get on that. I don't know though. I don't know. What else do we look up? What else gossip have we not found out?
I know.
Or
I was trying to talk about Hoover there. Now I can't remember what I was saying.
Hoover, what did Hoover do
The
besides?
FBI.
Oh yeah,
You want to look at drama. You want to find out things. Look him up. Buy his book. I'm telling you, man, you'll be shocked like I was.
who is
Like
it?
he blackmailed 7 presidents. He blackmailed so many movie stars, singers.
What was his
He
name
got
again?
away with murdered. He planned murder.
Edward.
He planned people. He put people in jail that were innocent. This man is done. He's the most evil man in the world.
Edward Hoover. J.
Yeah.
Edward Hoover.
Yeah.
He's
The head of the FBI.
former director of the federal
He
FBI.
He had a block full of papers, like a block of a factory with just blackmailing everybody. He even blackmailed his own people. As soon as he died, the next FBI that came in was running to his office to get his papers, but the secretary got rid of mostly everything. And then there was some papers in his house. Oh, he had so much. It was crazy.
Says J. Edward Hoover was homosexual blackmail. Wow. Okay. Hold on.
You want to know anything about that? You just look him up, and everything he did and blackmail people, it was all true. He
That's
get dirt on you.
I'm going to tell you if you give me a second, honey. This is how we run the show. You tell me, I read. That's how it goes.
Works for me.
I'm getting my reading out. Thank God I can read better than a long time ago. Remember a long time ago? I couldn't even hardly get 5 sentences out. All right. So J. Edgar Hoover was a homosexual blackmailed by mob, the book says. Blackmailed by the mob. Okay. Or blackmailed by mob.
No, he blackmailed the mob. Nobody blackmailed him.
Blackmailed by mob. Is what it says. So let's start out. Washington. A new book contends that former FBI chief J. Edgar Hoover was a homosexual who was blackmailed by the mafia into denying the existence of organized crimes for decades. Says they blackmailed him. So he got blackmailed as well. Costello obtained photos of Hoover's alleged homosexual activity with longtime aide Clyde Tolson and used them to ensure that the FBI did not target their illegal activities. There long have been rumors that Hoover was homosexual, often arising from his sharing a bachelor house with Tolson for years. Hoover was FBI director from 1924 until he died in 1972. Tolson is also dead. Another Hoover biographer who heard the rumors of homosexuality and blackmail, however, said he was unable to cooperate with them. As head of the FBI, Hoover obtained information about the sexual lives of Washington's power elite, including John and Robert Kennedy, Eleanor Roosevelt, and others, according to a number of biographers. So these must be the people he blackmailed. Summers' book, published by G.P. Putin's Sons, is excerpted in the March edition of Vanity Fair and is subject of a documentary scheduled to air on PBS Frontline program. Wow, this is supposed to come out. The 5th book, written by Summers, a former British Broadcasting Corp journalist. The new book quotes 2 former Office of Strategic Services officials who said they saw pictures of Hoover engaged in sexual act with Tolson. One, John Watts, said he could not recognize anyone in the photo he was shown at a dinner party in the 1950s, but was told by his host, whom he would not identify, that it depicted Hoover and Tolson. Summers writes the electronics expert Gordon Noble said the CIA counterintelligence chief James J. Angleton, now deceased, showed him several photos, including one of Hoover engaged in sexual activity with Tolson. Summers writes that Mafia may have obtained the photos from the OSS, the forerunner to the CIA. He offers the theory that the OSS Chief William Donovan and Hoover, while feuding over control of foreign intelligence, investigated each other, and Donovan came up with the photos. The Summers book quotes Susan Rosenstyle, the fourth wife of alleged mobster and liquid distributor Louis Solon Rosenthal, as saying she saw Hoover dressed in women's clothes and involved in homosexual play at sex parties at the Plaza Hotel in New York City. This sounds like the normal things they do now. At one such party in 1959, she recalled seeing Hoover with a red dress on and a black feather boa around his neck. After about half an hour, some boys came like before. This time they're dressed in leather, and Hoover has a Bible. What? This time they're dressed in leather, and Hoover has a Bible. He wanted one of the boys to read from the Bible, and he read, I forget which passage. That's the end of that.
That's nothing compared to what he's done. Don't even talk about the seven presidents.
Yeah, 7 presidents that he blackmailed. Hang on.
And all the Hollywood stars he blackmailed, yeah.
Well, it said
Directors,
it named all
producers.
the presidents. It named both Kennedys. It named all of them. How many presidents were blackmailed by J. Edgar? Let's see here. So it's saying the Kennedy brothers toyed with removing Hoover, Bobby more so than John. Hoover was very coy about this. He would mention about affairs and other deeds that possibly not even the FBI director might not be able to keep under wraps should it continue to happen. So he let presidents know that they could trust him to keep secrets that they wanted to keep secret. As the Attorney General, RFK wanted to go after organized crime. It was in his blood. JFK respected his father's dealing with underworld figures and helping him get elected. But RFK saw them as criminals, and as chief criminal prosecutor in the land, he wanted to take them on. But Bobby had another problem besides his father's deal with the mob, and that was Hoover being buddy-buddy with so many mob chieftains. The underworld was also working hand in hand with the U.S. government, trying to overthrow Castro. They had government get-out-of-jail-free cards. However, Hoover also let Bobby know that he knew his brother John was a bigamist. What is a bigamist? I've heard that several. Bigamist. A bigamist. Isn't that like a jackass?
Just ask Google.
Well, then I'll lose my place.
I'm not gonna say it.
What is a bigamist?
Just ask Google.
I don't want to look it up. I'll look it up later. Having never formally having the first marriage annulled or divorced. Sure enough, Dory Malcolm wedding would come across RFK desk. Hoover also let the Kennedys know that the East German Quorum Club playmate Ellen Rumstedt and her affair with the president was being learned about by too many people. RFK thanked Hoover, allowed the FBI to do numerous illegal wiretaps on Martin Luther King at a thank you, and had Miss Rumstedt flown back to East Germany, where she received a financial state settlement. Wait. He allowed him to do numerous illegal wiretaps on Martin Luther King, which they talk about that now, how people are doing illegal wiretapping. Bobby Baker. So this guy, Hoover wanted him to do this. Hoover had, or RFK thanked Hoover and allowed him to illegally tape Martin Luther King.
Yep.
Bobby Barker, who ran the Quorum Club and employed Miss Rumstedt, claimed Gerald Ford, who was reported happily married, also had a fling with the German and suggested Hoover held this over Ford's head to be a spy for the FBI on the Warren Commission. The Kennedys thought about forcing Hoover into mandatory retirement after the 1964 election, but with Hoover, another item of personal presidential interest might turn up. LBJ and Nixon kept Hoover on a long time past mandatory retirement, probably because those were really bad ones. Both men well aware of how Hoover had aided them in their careers. See? Johnson, not by his crooked deals revealed, and by supplying blackmail items on senators to Senate Majority Leader Johnson, could get his legislation passed. Damn. Nixon was also most beholding to Hoover, who Hoover had aided as freshman congressman from California with many leads of communists in the government, to make Nixon stand out and 6 years later be chosen to be Eisenhower's vice president running mate. FDR, Truman, Eisenhower all knew by speaking with Hoover that he was looking to assure that their secrets remained that way while he was FBI director. Kind of like the FBI director James Comey with Hillary Clinton. It is interesting to note that while Hoover served as FBI director for nearly 50 years, the Congress decided they didn't ever want to have a man like Hoover in charge of national security ever again with that much longevity, limiting future FBI directors to 10 years. How long was it? Oh, he was an FBI until he retired, right?
So he died.
Oh, he died. Damn. Wow. Hoover was not very
Everybody.
Hoover blackmailed everybody.
Yep. And that's how he got to stay where he was.
Yes, because they kept him in office and kept his secrets. And that means he illegally locked people up and fraudulently put crimes against them, I bet. Allegedly. Am I right about that or not?
Pardon, what'd you say?
He probably kept it all under wraps to where he could keep his job because he kept all of this hidden, so he blackmailed other people
Yes.
so he wouldn't lose his job.
Yeah, he blackmailed his own people.
And he abused his power. He overstepped bounds and everything.
Oh, yeah. He was abusive to his partner, too. No, I don't think he hit him, but he was just like a control freak.
Yeah, this one says official and confidential, the secret life of J. Edward Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover oversteps why FBI directors are now only serving 10 years instead of forever. He looks like a snake. J. Edgar Hoover, the man who rebuilt the FBI. Oh, made it what it is today? Blackmail? Pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Gallagher accuses FBI of blackmail him into quitting Congress after he refused to help J. Edgar Hoover in a feud with the late Robert F. Kennedy. Secret life. "50-year career, blackmailing, entrapment, and taking down people, presidents, 4 Republicans, and 4." Oh my goodness, this is a video of it, but we
Scott
won't
here
be.
with another episode
Yeah.
of the History Unplugged podcast. The most powerful non-elected person in modern American history is arguably J. Edgar Hoover, who led the FBI for 48 years. Today, he's remembered as a paranoid, secretive power monger who kept files on everyone.
Okay, that's.
Blackmail them if necessary, and also for his.
We could watch that if you want to. Do you want to watch that?
Okay.
It's on YouTube. Do you want to watch it? Let me find out the name of it and who does it. Hopefully there's no music behind it, but at least we could find out. I wouldn't have to read. Well, we can watch it. Instead of I have to read it. But hey, I think I came a long way on reading. What do you think?
Yep.
You remember when I first started reading? I couldn't hardly read. Let's see. History. What is this called? I'm trying to set this off. History Unplugged. Parthen podcast. Okay. I'm just going to put J. Edgar Hoover. History Unplugged. That's a good name. Never heard of it, but that's a good name.
You can play, but I have to let you go because his phone's dying.
Okay, that's fine.
It says I have 10%.
As long as you're in the comments.
I will be.
Actually, we'll do it tomorrow because it's 51 minutes. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll meet here at
Okay.
the same time tomorrow. So we came here about 3 or 4 hours ago. So we'll meet here at about 10 or 11.
Okay.
And we'll do part 2. We'll do the 50-year career of blackmail, entrapment, and taking down communist spies. Does that sound good?
How do you end this?
Oh, hang on. I'll end it right now. All right, everybody. Click your thumbs up. Don't forget we have a sponsor, Alt Fragrance. I'll put a link down below. It saves you coins off if you use my link, and that way you ain't paying like $300-400. You're paying $29.99 and $39.99, and I think they've got some that's even cheaper than that. They always got specials as well. So got to go check them out. That's our sponsor for today. Have a great, fantastic, wonderful day, and we will see all of you very soon. And I'm out.